this to the side. Where is this page? Da, 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 da. Okay. This can go to the workspace left. You're letting heat out. No, I'm not. I don't have heat on. The weather's beautiful here. I have a short sleeve shirt on for a reason. All right, so where do we get started here? How should we get started with this? There's no cat. Yeah, there is no cat. This is not my home. Okay, so for everybody watching, I have an address in the description down below and a URL that has a link to scheduled for these repair workshops. So what I have here are 4 desks with a microscope, a hot air station, a power supply, a micro soldering pencil, a soldering iron, solder, micro jumper wire, USB-C amp meters, USB amp meters, multimeters, UV curing stuff, microscope camera, a monitor so I can see what you're doing, and some screwdrivers, X-Acto knives, and things of that nature. So if you have a small soldering project or anything you would like to come by to do a little bit of opening up or electronics troubleshooting on, come on by. The door is literally open. You do not have to be experienced in electronics repair. You don't have to be an experienced soldering person. You don't have to be a nerd. You can just be somebody who's curious, somebody who wants to look at their fingernail under a microscope, somebody who wants to see what a multimeter looks like or what a soldering iron looks like. If you want to turn it on and turn it off without ever using it again, you are welcome to come by to gain some sense of familiarity with the tools that I use to do my job. And that's that. This is a B&K 390, and the other desk, I think I have a X-Tech 330 or something like that. So that is that. Now this place is a little bit jank. This is a little bit jank. You know, we are still, how do we sign up for these repair workshops? Yes. Yes, that is the answer. Yes. The answer is yes. That is yes. I will give you that the answer is yes. That is how this is a little janky at the moment. So, you know, my staff is still in New York City for the next week while they're closing out the old store, and I still have a bunch of crap to unpack. So if I pan the camera, which I really shouldn't fucking do. Let's pan the camera, as Trump always said at the rallies. Pan the camera. Why don't they pan the camera? They never pan the camera. This is why we don't pan the camera, because it's kind of a clusterfuck. I'm also, a lot of my specialized tools for stuff is in New York City, so I don't have all my stuff here, but I have enough stuff that we could have some fun, and that's what matters. We have enough stuff that some fun can be had. So again, now announcing this with 8 hours notice on Thanksgiving weekend, probably not the best start, but you got to start at some point. So that's that. So consider this the announcement that this is open to the public, and again, there's a link down below to a page where I will post the schedule. At some point, these will be open every single day without having a specific schedule that you have to look at to see if we're open that day, and that is once my full staff is here. But right now, while it is me, myself, and you have to check that sheet the day that you come just to make sure. Thank you, James. Thank you very much, my friend. Okay. So that being said, yes, I will be here for anybody who wants to come by. I do not live in America. Well, that's going to be a really difficult trip for you then. I wish we had a location with this capability around Manhattan, KS, to teach people these skills. Huh. Well, maybe. You have a coffee shop right across the street. That's a Starbucks. That doesn't count. There's a really nice smoothie place right next door, which is cool. Cook hot dogs at the hot air station. You know, I don't want to eat a hot dog, actually. It's not my thing. I need to fix my laptop, and I'm 5 minutes away. Well, you can try. Yeah, what the hell? Can you fix a Raspberry Pi that I overheated online? No. So no to the Raspberry Pi that's overheated, and no to doing it online. That's actually a double no. I don't care about that, Mac Delaney. I don't care. The one rule of showing up here is to be polite and don't be a dick. That's my rule. Be polite, don't be a dick. Actually, 3 rules. Be polite, don't be a dick, and at the very least, until I have a staff and all my stuff, come here with 0 expectations. That's pretty much it. Yeah, let's make the 3 rules. Rule number 1, be polite. Rule number 2, don't be a dick. Rule number 3, have no expectations, because this is free. So, how many places do you have? I have 1, and it is going to be, my repair shop is not here yet, but it will be soon. Is this New York City or Texas? Well, the video description has an address. I would suggest that you look at the first line of the live stream video description, because that will answer your question. In the first line of the live stream video description, you will see an address, and that is that. Here, you know what? I'm going to put it in the beginning of the first line, because there we go. That's literally in all caps. Have no expectations, so like my life.
What is this?
Huh?
What is this?
You want to solder something?
Come again?
You want to solder something?
A sign?
Do you want to solder something?
No, I just wanted to see what it was.
Oh.
It's like microscopes and stuff.
Yeah, come in and look.
Are you sure? Is it okay if my dog comes in?
The dog has to come in. That's part of the rule.
All right.
I'm a cat person, though, so it's probably going to smell that I have a cat and be pissed. Is that a Lhasa?
No, he's a Shih Tzu.
Oh, okay. I was close.
Yeah.
Oh, you're adorable. I used to have a Lhasa when I was a kid. Oh, you're so cute. You're the only type of dog I find acceptable. You're adorable. I'm a cat person usually, but I miss my Lhasa.
That's probably what he's sniffing up on you.
Hello.
You didn't pick him up. He's
Oh, hello. Let's see if we can get him on camera.
What
Yeah.
is this?
It's going to be a repair shop, and we do open to the public repair workshop. So if you want to solder something, use a multimeter, use a microscope, get acquainted with it to fix your own stuff, you can for free. There is no charge to use any of the equipment that you see on any of these tables.
Wow, so how do you make money?
Huh?
How do you make money?
WhatsApp billionaire. Long story.
What's that billionaire?
That's a long story. So let's see if we can get him to come up on the chair. Hello.
Wait, you're a WhatsApp billionaire?
No, I'm not. I work for one.
For
Hello.
Zuckerberg?
No, he's an asshole.
Wow. So this is live?
Yep. You are the first person to come in so far.
Really?
I have a lot of unpacking to do. I also have a truck coming from New York in a week
That's incredible.
with a bunch of stuff.
So how many people are on this?
About 200.
Wow.
Oh, look at the doggy.
Welcome, random customer.
One
Thank
sec.
you.
Would you be open to have reservations to host a training field trip day for electronic warfare soldiers from Fort Hood? Listen to you, I want to do something like this. Email me, lewis@rossmangroup.com. Send me an email. I don't know exactly what you're asking for, but if you send me an email, once I'm done with this, I will be on a treadmill for 2 hours, so I'll have a lot of time to go over it.
Oh, wow, that's
Don't read this dog guy. Actually, you know what? We're going to get the dog on the camera. Let's see. Look at this cute little dog. Oh, man. It really makes me want a Lhasa again. I used to have a Lhasa when I was a kid. Oh, what a cute dog. What a cute little dog.
Do you have a business card?
I should. Let's see. But I probably left the rest of them in my car.
Oh, you're good.
I'm
What
horribly
days are you
unprofessional.
open? When are you open?
Right now, every day.
Every day? From
Yeah.
when to when?
It's going to be like 12 to 4, 12 to 5 on the weekend, and probably something like 12 to 6 on the weekday. But once my staff comes here, because I have 6 people that work for me, it'll be regular hours instead of just being me.
Wow. Rossman, is that your name?
Yes.
Last name? Lewis?
That's a quality Staples card. You could see the nice big white bar on the bottom. That's what you get for cheaping out on business cards after spending hundreds of thousands of dollars in soldering shit.
That's incredible. No, I'm definitely curious more about like this whole setup and what you do. And I'd love to come in and have a conversation with you.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a bunch of videos on the channel of us fixing stuff. So if you find any of the repair videos interesting and you want to kind of learn how to do it, you're welcome to come by.
Perfect. Thank you. I appreciate it. Have a good day, Lewis.
Yeah, you go to school around
Yeah,
here?
I do. I go to UT.
Oh, cool.
Study civil engineering at UT.
Small
My name
world.
is Tulio. Nice
It's a pleasure to meet you, sir.
Have a good day. Good luck.
What's the name of the dog again?
His name is Bo.
Bo. Okay, you're going to have to bring him by.
I will, for sure.
What a cute little doggy.
Have a good day, sir.
You too. Wow, what a cute little dog. It actually made my day. Okay, it was a Shih Tzu, it wasn't a Lhasa. But I was very close. I was very, very close. Lewis is only 30 days in November. That's what you think, apparently. That's what you think. So you have a scarcity mindset, my friend. I'm going to be here on November 31st, and if you're not able to make it, that's your loss. See, that's what we call a scarcity mindset right there. Do not FUTO my FUTO, don't you dare FUTO my FUTO, Yes, throw up. I have links in the description, and I understand that none of you will read the video description no matter what I put in there, but yes, there are links for anybody who is curious. Can we work on anything? Not anything. Like, if you bring a fucking dead squirrel, no. We're not, like, I'm not working on shit that I don't feel comfortable with. So if you bring something that has, like, 300,000 volt circuitry in it, I'd probably say no. If you bring a dead squirrel, I'll probably say no. If I lived in the area, I'd definitely be there. I have a Bayer Dynamic MMX 300 headset that has a cable with a bad solder joint, the volume control, easy fix. Well, if you're ever there, you're welcome to come by. Welcome to come by. Freely available to anybody who wants to come by. I bought my son a reconditioned iPhone 6 from Amazon. It figures 3 months. Thank you, Miranda. Yes, that was a cute dog, was it not? Honestly, it doesn't matter to me if it's a Lhasa or a Shih Tzu. They're both absolutely adorable to me. I bought my son a reconditioned iPhone 6 Plus from Amazon. It figures 3 months after I got it. Touch disease, is this something we could try to fix? If you are doing honestly, if you are doing this for the first time, okay, this is something I should mention up front, 100%. So you're welcome to use the equipment for free. I will help and give you guidance. If you start out with something that's incredibly difficult, you will be fucking disappointed. So this is something that my martial arts instructor used to go over with me. Because, like, I'd show him a YouTube video, and he would just start laughing and go, like, you're not doing that for, like, 5 years. If you have an iPhone 7 with the audio IC issue and you want to run jumpers under it or something, and you've never soldered before, that's a bad idea. So I should probably start running this the way that you would run a martial arts dojo. Like, there are certain things that you have to graduate to. So if somebody wants to use the equipment to do that, by all means, they're welcome to. But if you've never soldered a BGA chip before and you want to start with touch disease, again, this goes back to the 3 rules: to be polite, don't be rude, and come with no expectations. If you've never done it before and you want to do that for the first time, that's 99% chance that ends in misery. Now, if you have some BGA soldering experience and you want to give it a shot or something like that, then by all means. But again, no, like, try to manage your expectations here, I would say. So, like, one guy ripped a couple of surface mount transistors off of a CB radio, and, like, I had him, like, run a jumper from one pin to another and stuff like that. But, like, jumping right into a BGA with micro jumpers under it, that's going to be harsh. I wouldn't set. Yeah, I would. You're more than welcome to use the tool for that. I just don't want you to set the expectation that I will come in with that and I will be able to fix it on my first go. I consider myself straight, but I would. Brah. Okay, that's a bit weird, but okay, I'll take it. What is this new place? This new place is the address in the description, bro. Okay. You have 362 people watching you, first person. What a turn of events, a dog stream. Yes. Have you talked to hackerspace people here? I don't know. I don't talk to people. Talking to people hurts. No. I talk to myself from time to time. And every now and then I put a microphone on to do it on YouTube. No, I haven't talked to anybody. Don't read this dog guy. Can we pin the address to the chat for the millions of other people that are going to ask? Yeah, sure, what the hell. I work as a tech for the med industry. Can I quit my job and move to here and work for you? I am not hiring at this point in time. He does not, Rebecca. It is less than 10% of that, but it is still thousands of times more than I will ever have in my lifetime. Yes, my boss is not worth 20 billion. He is not worth 20 billion. Probably a few, but again, that is several billion more than I will be worth in my lifetime. But he's a very cool guy, and he is happy to make stuff like this available. So, yes. Have you considered making vintage computer repairs? I have. You've helped me fix my USB charger. God damn it. I am going to, no, JP, no. I'm gonna go to Tampa and fucking throw that thing in the ocean. If you consider making vintage computer repairs, I have not, because we typically operate on a no-fix, no-fee model, and like a lot of those old devices are going to be unfixable for reasons that are completely outside of our purview, like, you know, a chip that's not available anymore that died 30 years ago kind of thing. You know, it could be cool to try. There was one, I think Apple II. Yeah, there was one Apple II in the store that Hi and Paul spent a lot of time on as a project, and they made a little bit of headway, but they got nowhere with it. That dude didn't sign up online, hence why he was rejected and swiftly removed from the premises. Remember, sign up on you guys. And you even donated Australian $5, which spells itself as ass. Quality, my friend. Quality sense of humor. Do you have Google Fiber there? No, I wish. How was the new place? Not bad, not bad. Are those trees outside? Yes. You should keep some treats in the shop for dogs and cats. I need to get some other stuff first, like toilet paper for the bathroom, shelves for all the shit behind me. Again, I don't want to wait until everything is perfect to open, and that's never really been my idea, but yeah, there's a lot of jank, man. I have to get shelves, I have to set up my overhead desk camera. There's a bunch of stuff to do. I just wanted to get started first. Can we see outside? Or would that be doxing? Oh my God, you have to be memeing. Literally the first line of the video description is an address, and it says, come here. You guys are memeing me at this point. You have to be memeing me. I am doing my best to dox myself, and I am failing. Anyway. I have to wait to get that stuff off of the window. I think they painted something up there. I think they painted some bars or something, so they covered it. I don't have a sign in a window yet because I don't have a window. But we will soon have a window. Ever met Electro Boom? Yeah, he came by my shop in 2019. He said hi. He was an honest, kind, down-to-earth dude. I like Electro Boom. I have respect for Electro Boom. You know, here's the funny thing about Electro Boom. When you look into his history, when you look into his education, his background, and what he knows how to do, that guy's a fucking genius. But he makes more money by pretending he's a moron than he does off of his actual skill. Like, and that's a talent. Like, you know, he probably made more money off of that video where he attaches guitar strings to 120 volts in the wall and does this and goes than he actually does engineering stuff. He's way smarter than me. That guy is way more qualified to do everything you see here than I am. I have a lot of respect for Electro Boom. From your experience, do you find value in IPC certificates such as J, sexually transmitted disease, or IPC 77117721? You know, I've honestly never heard of those before. Let's do a Google search and see what the fuck those are. One moment. I'm going to take a look. Let's take a look with you all. See what we got here. Okay, what is this? JSTD IPC. Notice me, Senpai. When is the next workshop available? I have a shit ton of broken Macs I wanted to fix. Thanks, and may FUTO splinter big tech into 1,000 pieces and scatter it into the winds. Check the link down below. So there's a link down below that has a schedule. And also, once I actually have my employees here, this is just going to be open full time. I'm not going to be fucking with the schedule shit. It'll be anytime the store is open, you can just come by and use the stuff. But for the time being, the schedule and the address is in the description down below. Please, and also, I'm not going to, right now, I brought a box with some MacBook chips and shit like that, but I don't have my entire inventory here so that we could have as much fun as I like until the staff bring everything. But yeah, I mean, it would be fun to take a look at stuff and try 100%. It would definitely be fun to take a look at some of the stuff that you have. Is this going to be a thing moving forward? Yes. Okay, what was I doing? I was looking at something. This IPC shit. The STD. Why would you name a certification after a sexually transmitted disease? Good luck with the new audit. Thank you. I don't understand why you would name a certification after a sexually transmitted disease. That's just, like, I can't get over that. That is absolutely fucked. Why would you do that? It's just, it's such bad branding. My God, that is really bad branding. You just shouldn't do that. Anyway. Okay. Duplicate. One moment. I have to make another scene in OBS so I could look at this. Never set this up. 5. Okay, here we go. Oh, fuck, I can't see it now. What distro are you using? Ubuntu, because I don't hate myself as much as I did when I used Gentoo. Once upon a time, I hated myself. I used to use Gentoo. Oh, man, those were the days. Remember having to, like, fight with Portage every single time you wanted to install a piece of software? Oh, God. Oh, those were dark times, my friend. Dark times. Dark times, sir. But not anymore. Okay. J Standard, STD. Instructional skills and the roles and responsibilities of trainers, general requirements, safety, tools, electrostatic discharge, wire and terminal assembly requirements, through-hole technology requirements, surface mount technology, okay. General solder, free machine and reflows. I'd honestly have to take the class to see. I'd really have to take the class. Like, you could describe what you're teaching, but I don't know how practical or useful it is until you do it. They probably solder better than me. I've heard of IPC. They've been around for a long time. This isn't like Wild PCS or some shit like that. I'm actually curious, is Wild PCS even still in business? Holy fuck, how are these guys still in business? Run for president as a libertarian. No, thank you. And save America. I want to name my son after you, but I can't spell your name. I will take your dollar, though. Please stay based and keep fighting. Thank you. Does anybody know there was a guy that ran for on the Libertarian ticket as candidate for mayor in New York City in 2017 or 2018? I think his name was Aaron Comey. He tried to hijack an airplane. He failed. He spent 15 years in a mental institution. And then the first thing he thought of after he got out of the mental institution is, you know what I should do? I should run for mayor on the Libertarian ticket because there's not going to be any competition. And he actually became the Libertarian candidate for mayor. And wow, he got over 1,000 votes. I'll give him that. I'll give him that. You can't snark on the guy there. He got 1,000 or so votes. 1,000 more votes than I got. Where is your CNC machine? I do not have a CNC machine. Used to work at Genius Phone Repair. Your videos got me by day to day. Love your work and keep it up. Thank you. Martial art do you practice in what belt? Oh, I never made a belt. I was so fucking bad. I was garbage. There was this one guy at my gym that used to kick the crap out of everybody else there, and he was the one who kind of got me encouraged to start. It was Wing Chun, but I suck. I have no hand-eye coordination. I'm so beyond slow. Like, it's pathetic how freaking slow I am. It's pathetic how bad my hand-eye coordination is. It's such garbage. Like, he said, you're like, no, you work in a microscope all day. For the stuff that you do, you have to have good eye coordination. I don't believe that. And then after a year and a half, it's like he started to believe it. I stopped doing it in early 2021 because I let something get to me that I shouldn't have. And I kind of want to go back to it because I miss it. It was fun, even though I was bad at it. JSTD is a requirement for electronics tech in my company, so I'm guessing there's a value if you're looking for corporate jobs. That's good to know. How fast can I get there from Edmonton, Canada if I buy a plane ticket now? Not sure. Come to Utah. Rossman's got colored rework belts. He's a triple black. Apple wouldn't accept my trade, and can the glass front be fixed? Huh? I'm confused. You mean, can you fix the screen of your phone? I mean, I'm sure Apple can fix the screen of your phone. I mean, this is not a screen repair thing. Like, if you want to, I don't have iPhone screens here. I'm not selling anything right now, so I'm not selling screen repair service. This is, come by, work on your stuff. How would you fix an iPhone blown up by phantom power plugged into the lightning port? I would give it to David, or probably Chris, or yes, that's what I would do. I mean, what you're just going to do is you're going to look through and you're going to see what was burned by the 48 volts. Usually, if you do that to a MacBook, it destroys the audio IC and the board, and typically, you're not fixing it. A lot of the time, 50% of the time when that happens, it leaves a hole in the motherboard, so you can remove the audio IC and then get the device to power on again, but you're never going to have audio again. That happens in about 50% of the cases. And that's on a MacBook board, which is much thicker than an iPhone board. On an iPhone board, that's probably going to be a case for data recovery, if actually fixable at all. What about replacing a Samsung Galaxy S7 LED screen? I never did that. I never really did Galaxy screen repairs. Let's see. I have an outdoor siren programmable logic controller that from the factory didn't have components soldered on right, one leg of a cap in the wrong side and the other not at all. Are these guided? I don't know what you mean by guided, I'm sorry. How many times have you moved offices? Well, that's a good one. 247 West 30th Street to 251 West 30th Street. Actually, no, 247, okay. From Park to 247 West 30th Street. From 247 West 30th Street to some random place in Williamsburg. Some studio, I think, at 143 Roebling Street that only lasted a week or two. From there to 251 West 30th Street. From 251 West 30th Street to 186 First Avenue, 186 First Avenue to 141 West 27th Street, 141 West 27th Street to 2410 San Antonio Street, Austin, Texas. And also there was a brief stint at 522 3rd Avenue where I had a store there. My sign was still up literally until the middle of last year. They just finally took my sign down. Guy was so rude on the phone. Oh, he seemed nice. He had an adorable little doggy, too. I don't know why everybody's hating on the guy that walked in. He seemed fairly nice and kind. Sir, I am from India. Okay. My name is Nain Singh. Hello, Nain Singh. DGG is glad to see you in the comments and your work and real life change. Huh, thank you. Hello, Destiny's chat. Hope you're all doing well today. May we ask who is coming to Texas from your old shop? Steve, the manager and lead data recovery technician. Chris, the lead board repair and junior data recovery technician. Dan, logic board repair technician. Patrick, shipping clerk. Kevin, customer service manager. And Orhan. I don't eat pizza. I think pizza's shit. It's empty carbs. It's just dough and bread and shit. I don't eat pizza. It's disgusting. Do you think the M1 Mac Air is the Mac ever? I don't know what that means. When did you leave New York? Months ago. My business is literally Monday morning. There's a truck showing up to pick up all my shit tomorrow. In terms of me leaving, like December of last year, I moved to New Hampshire December of last year. Then I came down to Texas. Are you over being in New York City? Or, I don't know what you mean by over. I am your big fan, sir. Lots of love. Thank you, Hardware Solutions guy. What distro are you using? Ubuntu. Do the cats ever come downstairs? My kitty is far away from here. My kitty is not in my store. The kitty belongs in the home. You have a store location yet? I have a store. It's just missing employees, equipment, and all the stuff that you need to actually run a business or make money. Yes, technically I have a store, but it's not actually open yet. But it will be open soon. I would say I would say December 15th to 18th will be around the time that this opens. Is there a chance FUTO will be hiring for software engineers in the future instead of the current grant model? Honestly, we have for all the projects we're currently working on, we have the people that we need. Can I send you a MacBook Pro 2016 display water damage from UK? And if yes, do you have a shipping broker? If your screen is water damaged, you're kind of fucked. You're going to need a new display assembly. So it used to be you could just replace the LCD by itself, and then with the Airs from 2010 and the Retinas from 2012. Excuse me, I got to sneeze. Now that's like the LCD does not include the backlight layers anymore, or the diffuser layers. So if the diffuser layers are wet, you cannot just replace the LCD. Can I bring my auto blow? It's not blowing. I don't know what that is. What the hell is an auto blow? So you need to replace the whole display assembly. And replacing the entire display assembly is actually going to probably be more expensive through a third party than through Apple at this point because of how hard it is to get the display assemblies. This is what an auto blow is. An auto blow is enjoy unlimited blowjobs from our advanced blowjob machines. What the hell, why not? Yeah, fuck it. If it's not working, listen, I said you could bring your equipment to work on. Sure, go for it. You just can't test it here. You have to test it. You have to test it outside. Where can I mail old iPhones and iPads for your school? Do you use 2410 San Antonio Street? Address down here. Can I order you Uber Eats, maybe Chinese food? I'm very picky with food. You shouldn't order me food. I'm probably not. There's no need to order me food. I'm fine. I ate this morning. I am very picky since I'm actually doing a new routine. So I lost 30 pounds in a few months. I got from 188 to 158, and now I'm aiming to go to 150. For making me the tech I am today, I have a long way to go, but guys like you and Northridge Fix are pillars in the repair community. Thank you very much, VG Repairs. I'm glad to hear that you made something of yourself. That's awesome. Thank you so much. What I'm hoping with stuff like this is we'll be able to make more techs like this in the future. What was I saying? All right, so I've been doing 1,200 calories a day. So an hour on the elliptical tends to be 600 to 700 calories. So in addition to my normal weightlifting routine, every single day I do 2 hours. That's 1,200 calories a day. 1 pound is 3,600 calories. So if I do that for a straight 30 days, I should be able to lose 10 pounds in 30 days. But I'm also, in addition to the exercise routine, no bread, no croutons, no dressing on salad, no gluten, no sugar, no sweetener in iced tea. Pretty much no fun. No fun. That's pretty much what it is. But I'm going to do that for 30 days, and I'm curious to see what happens. Like, I managed to go from 188 pounds to 158 pounds and lose 0 muscle. And that, surprising, that was actually easy. Going from 158 to 150 seems fucking impossible, but I'm going to get it. No S, there's no one there. Yes, I announced this opening last night at 11 o'clock. So, and it's Thanksgiving weekend, so this is probably going to be dead. Where are you now? Why did you ditch New York? I ditched New York because New York treats business owners like absolute fucking trash garbage. And I am sick and tired of being treated like trash garbage. And again, whether it's getting fined for shit you didn't do wrong, the government agency responsible for enforcing that law and not being able to tell you how you actually obey the law, getting hate mail under my door during COVID because I was some evil business owner that wanted to service customers that voluntarily came to my store to get their stuff fixed, that they actually needed to fucking work from home to begin with. The riots of June 2020, getting fined for shit I didn't do, and then the state asking for $600K to $1 million after I provided them with all of the information they asked for an audit, and only rescinding that after about 9 months of back and forth arguing. I am done. I am never going back to that place again. I'm never going back to that place again. No, I'm... Like it's so funny. Like there's a joke at work. My boss was scrolling through a list of my videos and saying, "Wow, you look different." And I was saying, like, "Yes, that is pre-audit. No, that video is post-audit." You could actually look in my fucking channel, and you could see like pre-audit, post-audit, pre-audit, post-audit. Like I aged 10 years. Anyway, yeah, fuck that state. I'd love to come and work on my LG G6, but I'm in Dallas, Fort Worth. Well. Sometime, if it's worth a drive to you sometime. What you're doing is investing in public education, but it's more you're investing into teaching people how to think and develop understanding through working on electronics. Well, we'll see. Need some comfy couches, beanbags, and a screen. We need a lot of shit. I need to finish unpacking, actually, but I have a bunch of shelving that's going to be arriving in the next few days. Thank you for what you're doing. Is there a more official way to donate to FUTO, or specifically the workshop project? If you want to donate to FUTO, email me at lewis@futo.org. I'm actually going to edit the video description with a link to that. However, if you want to donate to the organization that is making all this possible, you're welcome to. But I will put an email in the chat below. What are you going to do to unkind people? We don't talk about that on stream. I wish I was there. I'd be building you an office in that empty shop. No, I don't need an office. It's set. Are you working for someone else and yourself? Yes. What's the approximate cost for a table setup like this at home? Probably a few $1,000. As you're in Texas, would you consider being on Joe Rogan? Yes, but I've emailed back and but I don't think I'm ever going to get on that show. So I would be willing to. I don't have any problem with Joe Rogan. I'd be happy to have a conversation with him on right to repair or whatever else, but I have never heard back in terms of getting on that show. And there's too many. Everybody always asks, when are you going to go on Lex Friedman or Joe Rogan? These people interview billionaires, CEOs of some of the largest companies in the world, famous politicians. They have interesting people to talk to. So that's not gonna. I won't. Thank you, Catherine, for the greenie thing. Thank you so much. You and your business are fascinating. Have you considered franchising your business abroad? No, too much, too stressful. To keep quality as high as it is would require that I probably have a lot more money to manage it than I do right now. Here's the thing. Anytime you start a new business or open a new location, you're probably going to invest a few $100,000 into it, right? Like I'm paying $30,000 to move all my shit and like manage everything. And this is just moving the stuff I already had. Every time you open a new location, you're going to spend a lot of fucking money on it. And it's going to be a while before you get it back. And I'm at a point in my life where I don't care about the additional money that I may make. I care about the stress and the money that I may lose if I open a new location and it's not successful and like it's just not for me. Throughout the most that I ever wound up getting offered for a business loan, this was in 2019 when I was moving, it was something around $35,000 to $40,000. So I've never been offered an amount of credit that would actually allow me to expand in the way that I would like. I'd have to self-fund it, and I don't want to self-fund it. I want my money to sit in a retirement account or some shit so that if the shit hits the fan, that I'm not screwed for the rest of my life. And 2020 taught me that the shit can hit the fan a lot quicker than most people think. So yeah. That's not for me. Consider a series of basics for people to watch and not take up your problems time. They will know what a rail is, how to solder. I don't know. I don't want to write a book. Video is my format. I should combine, but what to work on? What tools do you have besides microscope? I have microscope. I have hot air station. I have power supply. I have multimeter. I have micro soldering iron. I have some UV curing stuff, some jumper wires if you're up to pad. How much caffeine does it take to run the shop? I try to avoid caffeine. And thank you, VG. I avoid caffeine altogether. Caffeine's not my thing. I have donor boards in a box here somewhere. So if you don't have anything to bring, but you just want to like practice taking a chip off and putting a chip back on, I should have a donor board. Keyword should. Let's see, where the keyword is should. Okay. Eh? Aha. Okay, yes, they are all bubble wrapped. So yeah, if you want to try like taking a chip off of a donor and putting it back on, or just like becoming oriented with removing surface mount components and putting them back on, I did bring a bunch of donor boards here. So I do have a bunch of donor boards people will be able to work on. Okay. The schedule has a typo. November 31st is not on the calendar. See, that is a scarcity mindset, bro. That is a scarcity mindset. I will be here on November 31st, even if you're not. Why did you pick Austin? Job opportunity. Job opportunity. So, where did I put that video? So for Rockstar, I give you a link. Any advice for fixing a T480 USB-C EEPROM? I don't. Can I pay you to switch out the battery and get Nintendo GameCube? I've never opened a Nintendo GameCube, so I don't have a business set up here yet. I don't have like a way to even bill you or charge you from this location. If you want to try opening it yourself, you're welcome to come by. But yes, I'm not. There's no way for me to bill you for anything you see here at the moment. You like salmon. I'm honestly not a big fan of fish. I'm not a salmon person myself. No offense to you if you like salmon, but I'm not a big salmon person. Thank you for the. What is that? It looks like an elephant's tusk or something. Shout out from eastern Nebraska. Derek, how are you? Long time no see. Still voting for Ernie Chambers? Sorry I'm not there today. I'll come see your new operation sometime. Have you had rude customers? I don't have customers here yet. I had one person walk in with a dog. A cute little Doge. It was little Lhasa. I am from Romania. I was in New York City with work for a week. I passed by your shop and asked about you. Would have been nice to meet you. Yeah, I don't plan on going back there. Why did you pass on Brookfield? Okay, so at Fred, we're going to do that video. Can you please do a free workshop on how to repair a relationship with my family? So FUTO is not going to be doing workshops on how to repair relationships with your family. FUTO has no affiliation with any sort of psychiatric or psychological or therapeutic services. FUTO is here to help you understand how to work on your technology. Thank you, RoboTrax. FUTO is here to help fund the creation of cool open source technology that is based on a sovereign identity. FUTO is here to talk about these types of issues. FUTO has no place in discussing your issues with your family, unfortunately. Are you pursuing Thunderbolt 5 gear? I don't have any Thunderbolt gear. Let's see. If an expensive welding station isn't an option, what about a suitable hot air tool for pesky high melting point solder boards and absorbing heat quickly? I don't quite understand your question. Like this Atten over here is like $250. It's really hard to. I don't think. I understand back in the day when a hot air station was $1,000 from Pace, but hot air really isn't that expensive anymore. And we're not even considering the used marketplace at all. How's the area for the new store? It's not bad. What can we do in the UK to encourage better repairability in global manufacturers? Get people to care. So let's see. I actually have a video on that I will show you. Let me get that. I have a video for everything. Let's do it. Okay. That's Simon. Here we go. What's with the blue arrow on the wall? It's there to fuck with you. It's there to take your attention away from that which matters. Sorry, are you now at this location? I am not. This is a hologram, Donald. This is a hologram. What is your height? I am 5'6". Why are you trying to lose weight? Because when I was younger and I did not have the stress of running a business, I used to not have handles over here. And now I have crap over here. And we're going to get rid of that. That ain't going to last. Fuck that. F this Dr. Bio site with dumb time wasting. Bay it at least tell me I need to pay before making me sign up. Venafix is my personal favorite. I love Venafix. Let's see. Is Venafix even still around? I hope they are. Yeah, Venafix is the shit. Like you guys don't get to complain about them asking for money. They deserve money. They have all sorts of cool shit and resources here that I can rarely find anywhere else. What's with the blue arrow? The blue arrow is there because it's there to distract you. So you know how on Bloomberg, like they'll, instead of talking about things that matter, like, slavery in China or potential war in Russia and stuff like that, they'll be talking about Elon Musk's tweets. That's what that arrow is. That's that's a social experiment. That's what that is. Hello.
Hi.
How are you?
Doing well. Is this where the workshops?
Yes. Have a seat. What do you have? What can we do for you?
I brought two iPhone 6s. One of them has a broken volume connector. I've got an extra I'm going to pull off.
All right. Let's see if I have a screwdriver for you. You're customer number 1.
Really?
Yes.
Interesting.
So now I get to see everything that I'm missing. Because my iPhone repair desk is still in New York City. Let's see. Okay, this is a 000 Phillips. This should do. The volume flexes are quite miserable. The last time I did one was an iPhone 4 CDMA, and it would take me 45 minutes, and I would break the switcher every single time.
Awesome. All right, here we go.
Not much that you need a microscope or iron for that, but best of luck. Oh, there's also this one fucking proprietary screwdriver that you need that I actually don't have. So sometimes you can kind of get away with using this Penelope one and just like shoving it in.
Is it the standoff screw?
Yeah, the standoff screw.
I shouldn't. No, I.
Yes, that screwdriver is sitting on David's desk in 27th Street in New York. You know,
I'm used to improvising.
an X-Acto knife can also make an excellent flathead. Okay. New York City is going to tax Lewis 2% on all of his Texas sales. True. Probably. They will try. They will try. NYC made you. No, I made New York City. What is something about Texas that peeves you? The smell of the luling oil fields at 1 in the morning. Let me see if I have a screwdriver for you. I know I had an extra set on my desk. Let's see. They're gonna find us. Okay. Do you go to UT or live around here?
No, I live in San Antonio.
Oh, wow.
Saw the video of your new audit.
Oh, cool. Yes.
Saw that it was about an hour for me.
Okay, very cool. Okay, let's see if I have a screwdriver, a standoff screwdriver here. And no standoff screwdriver. Shit. Yes, this is going to be very janky for the first 2 weeks until I get all of my desks moved here, unfortunately. There's a lot of space to fill in this building.
Yeah, it's big. How do you like in Texas so far?
I like it so far. I'm happy here. Talk to Obama. What? Counterpoint to Lewis, Lex interviewed Destiny. That's different. Destiny has cultural relevance. Yeah, Rambo, I'm going to add that when I get home. Would you bring all your employees from New York or just limited? About 45%. Why would anyone want Lewis's name for a franchise? That will just make the government audit them more randomly. Low blow, but true. Very true. He's laughing because he knows it's true as well. Is there a video on the gear you're using right now to live stream? No, but it's the same stuff I use for all my other old repair videos for the most part, and I have links to all of it in all my old repair videos. What is the brand of workbenches? Work Pro, some cheap shit. If only I were closer, but the UK is far to walk from. I need pictures and videos of my sister who passed away off a 2008 MacBook. It gets stuck booting up. Can you help? Yes, sure. Even if the MacBook itself is dead, that's fine. That model was before they started soldering the drive to the board. So as long as the drive is in decent condition, we should be able to get the stuff. And even if the drive is in poor condition, that's why we have a PC 3000 and why Steve has a giant collection of donor drives and a full suite of equipment to replace heads and things like that, and a Pure Air VLF 48 bench. So for data recovery, I would suggest holding off just a little bit until closer to the 3rd to 4th week of December, once all of that stuff is moved here and settled into place, before we take in any sort of data recovery jobs. But we'll most certainly be able to help you with that. Thank you for your stream. Thank you, Zero. I bet all of the customers went to San Antonio. Possibly. I got a fairly pricey microscope from G2 Mark, facing this weird problem where the eyepieces of the camera were getting focused but never at the same time. Well, there's usually an adjustment. Like on this microscope, you can adjust. First, what you have to do is you have to get the camera in focus and then adjust the eyepieces. So you're gonna, like on this, I can move the camera up and down by unscrewing this. And then after I move the camera up and down to get it in focus, then I can adjust the eyepieces. So you want to start with this and then go with the eyepieces next, not the other way around. I'm in San Antonio. I'd love to drive up and get my Nintendo Switch fixed. Port doesn't do HDMI out, and the speakers are hit or miss. Let's see. Do you have a replacement port? Is it like a physical damage thing, a liquid damage thing, or a just random thing? A little excited, and I'll be more excited when I have the rest of the people here and all my stuff. How do I find jobs doing board repairs? That's a good question. Is your shop still open in New York? It is for the next 2 weeks. Oh, shit. Okay, let's see. Do we have a... Oh, let's see. Kind of big. Let's see if this fits. For standoff?
Yeah, it's just a little too thick.
Might be able to really wedge it in there, but.
This is just too janky for even for me. Let's see. Does this trick still work? Ha! Look at that.
Which one is that?
Penelope.
All right, perfect. Now I know that for.
Yes. Do not use a Penelope as a standoff. You're the first person to come here, and I'm already giving you bad advice. I'm giving you bad habits. Thank you, Henene.
I've been doing that one. I just don't have proper tools.
I did that before. There was before you could actually buy a proper standoff screwdriver, not 9 years ago, I would just use the Penelope screwdriver as the standoff screwdriver. I should have muted this. Did I mute this? I didn't mute it. Fuck. All right, they all heard that. They all know that I suck. Let's see. Yeah, that's pretty close. That's pretty close, except I feel like I paid way less for this than the one that you just linked to, Daniel. I have to look up what I got, to be honest with you. I don't remember. But what you posted is fairly close, Daniel. Sorry for being 10 minutes behind in chat here. Is the dual stream on Twitch? Nope. Fuck Twitch. Do I have a video for that? Yeah, Twitch can suck it. I went over this a while ago, actually. Yes. No more. Twitch can eat it. What is your new job opportunity in Austin? Mike? Here we go. I just pinged you. Armando, that's fucked up. Okay, you're getting a timeout for that. Mike is also getting sent out. See, if you had a 3D printer, you could 3D print a screwdriver for him. Yes, I could use a 3D printer. I will not say no if somebody mails a 3D printer here. I definitely would not say no to that. What mic setup do you have? This is a DPA 4065. And then I do the full ridiculousness of using jack audio. So, here. I will show you. Yes. See over here? This is jack off audio. So I have my jack audio here. Then I have a little de-esser. So if I go it does a compressor. My little equalizer here to get rid of the low end. And then my loud limiter thingy. Yes. How do you have an iPhone 6 that doesn't have touch disease yet?
Luck. No idea.
That's incredible. almost every one of those phones, that's a 6, not a 6 Plus. That's probably what, okay. Yeah, this,
Yeah, no, my 6 Plus that I used to have, like, caught fire in an Apple store, and they gave me a 6S after that.
did you, like, tell them, my hand hurts? Because the thing is, if you have a phone that goes on fire from Apple and you just say, like, my hand hurts, or, like, I have a mark on my skin or something, they make you fill out a special form, and then after that, they'll pretty much do whatever you want.
I didn't do that. I brought it in for a battery replacement.
Uh-huh.
And they took it to the back to look at it, and they came out like 10 minutes later saying, hey, the battery started swelling when we brought it back there, so we're just going to trash it and give you a new phone.
That was nice of
I
them.
think the 8 was already out at that point. And
So they gave you a 6 or an 8?
6S.
Okay, that's nice of them.
6S Plus.
So you got an upgrade for free?
Yeah. That, plus an Apple Watch that had a battery issue. Apple's been good to me in customer service, and that's about it.
The watch is a pain in the ass. Wondering if they have work lights at these stations. We actually have lights above that I don't know how to turn on, but I will be asking the building manager that question when I see him tomorrow. Yes, I actually have lights directly above the desks and no clue how to turn them on. Literally every other light here is turned on besides the ones above the desk.
Is that like a switch somewhere?
There's a blue arrow, but I don't know. Let's see. You're definitely a good sport as person number 1. You get no light, you get no screwdriver. Okay, there's a switch that doesn't actually do anything. It's probably this one. I'll figure out what's wrong with that switch tomorrow. It's a work in progress. It's a work in progress. Yes, with time. People used to repair things because they were expensive to replace. At what repair or replace price do you think regular people consider repair again? I think even now, like an iPhone that's $1,200, a MacBook that's $2,400, like shit ain't cheap. People keep buying flagship devices. Give your guest a microphone. I don't have a microphone. I have one. You should tell people they are being recorded. I think that the Harvey Weinstein casting couch camera that's sitting right here makes that fairly obvious. Yes, this is not a webcam. This is like a casting couch camera over here. It's very, very hard to miss. Especially since the announcement of this existing is, me streaming, the door being open. What software do you use for live streaming? This is OBS Studio. Is the amount of space in this actually what the realtor owner claimed? They claimed it was 8,000 square feet, and when I measured it, it was 8,096 for the entire building. So no, they lied and they understated the amount of space because it's not New York City. I chatted yesterday about starting an RMA company, and I was late looking through your class, and I've been watching your videos this morning. This is a thank you. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. If I lived near Austin, I would stop by and bring my Logitech racing wheel. He needs a soldering job. Well, you can come by. Look at this guy's point of view. No, I have a microscope camera on that desk, so I can do this to look in any one of the microscope oh, wait, never mind. He does have something in a microscope. Okay, you can see his point of view. What's that? What?
Oh, are you asking me?
Yes.
That's the very edge of the iPhone 6 board where the volume connector sits normally. This is what it would look like if it were proper.
Huh. I actually have those connectors in my store in New York. Did you just rip that off now?
No, that came off years ago.
Okay.
I'm about to try and get this one off.
That's a donor one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Random iCloud blocked board I have.
Okay, so you could usually harvest a connector. One of the things you want to do is instead of heat it, actually, I'm going to show you on a donor over here. I'm going to show you on a piece of shit board, and then you can try it on yours. And I don't want you to try it on your board. I want you to try it on a shit board first before you actually do it on that. So, first things first. Let's unpack this shit. Okay. Here we go. This is a little connector. Turn on this fume extractor here. Move this keyboard out of the way. I'm in the Caribbean, where with the currency and wage difference, the cost of replacing devices makes the need for component level crucial. You don't know anyone performing them in the region. Well, I know one person that could start. So I got to find a place to put my keyboard. Okay. We are going to, since I lost the splitters for the fume extractor, we are going to use this high-tech method. Watch this. Yes, gives me increased suction power over here. Okay, so. Yeah, go for it. So, someone asked the price point on do-it-yourself repair. Just paid $300 to have my fridge repaired. The starter replaced with $12, the most common failure. I'm looking for a repair manual now. Well, hopefully you did a good job. Okay, so first things first. We get a nozzle on this station. Would you upload on Twitter for pay? Probably not. Twitter makes people into shittier versions of themselves. Fuck Twitter. Fuck Twitter before Elon purchased it, and definitely fuck after he purchased it. Okay. So, let's see if I remember how to use my own station. So we turn it on, we hit this button, and then it should turn itself on. So, put the air up a little bit. In terms of what heat you set, I usually use, on an iPhone, usually 350 to 375 Celsius. On a MacBook, like 450 to 500. And the air, that's just something that you're going to have to like mess with to figure out what it is you're comfortable with. So the way this hot air station works is when you put it in here, it's going to automatically sense that it's been put in here and start to turn off. And then when you pick it up and you hit this button, it'll turn on and become hot. So the first thing that I need is flux, and how is there not any flux at this desk? Oh, they have to be memeing me. No way. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Flux. Yes. Here we go. Okay. All right. This helps make solder flow, and is also just a fun thing to use in general. So let's find a connector that we want to take off of the board. I'm going to start with, let's say, this thing on the corner. This is obviously more flux than you probably should be using, and if Paul were watching, he'd probably be screaming at his monitor. But that's okay. That's okay. Okay, let's get this into focus. So we have a couple of different connectors here. Wait a second. Yeah. I need to get some packing tape. Chat, remind me to get some packing tape, because I need to tie... This is one of those microscope cameras that spins, and it drives me crazy. I forgot to tape this thing. I think I ran out of tape. Chat, remind me later. Get packing tape. I need packing tape. Okay. So we have a couple of connectors over here. If you heat it from the top, you're going to melt that because that's all plastic. And it's technically possible to like get it just right, where you use just enough heat to melt the solder without the plastic. But if you're a beginner, that's going to be almost impossible. So what I like to do is cheat. Nobody's going to notice if you cheat. So what I do is I'll heat it from the bottom of the board, and I will grab it with tweezers. And like I'll try to slowly push it off with tweezers. So what I do is I take the board off the desk a little bit, just like this. I'm going to have the connector in view over here so that people can see it. Put the fume extractor in front of it so that you don't inhale any of this nasty flux shit. I'm going to do one, you're going to do one on a donor, and then after you do one or two on a donor, then we'll do it on your phone, because I don't want you to screw up your phone. All right, so we grab the tweezer. And I'm going to tap this periodically. Actually, I'm going to raise my heat up a little bit here. Now the flux is going to kind of clear away. You're also going to wear those goggles when you do it. Do as I don't follow my shit example here, because flux likes to jump around. Yes, and the person we should be ignoring. Okay. Now I'm going to tap it every now and then. And at some point, I should be able to move it off of the solder pads. I don't like to grab it while it's still hot, because while it's hot, that's the address that's in the video description that is literally open to the public for anybody to come to. Please, oh God. Anyway, I'm not even, I can't do that right now. YouTube comments literally burn your brain. Okay, so you move it off of all the pads, like this. And then I wait for it to cool like 5 or 10 seconds, because it's gonna be more likely to get meshed and molded up. And then I pick it off like this. And now I've harvested a connector. So I want you to try that at your station, but with the connector that's right below this over here. So there's another connector on this board. I want you to take this one off. We're gonna practice on a couple and then do yours. If somebody wants to get back in electronics repair after a stroke, this is an amazing resource. Thank you, Livy. Well, you're welcome to come by. You're all welcome to come by. Just not all at the same time, because there's 1.7 million of you, but you get the idea. All right, let's go over to your station over there. You're which microscope? You're not this one, not this one. You're this one. Okay, cool. Remind me to... All right. So first things first is I turn on this fume extractor here. If only one person is using it, you get more suction by blocking the intake of this one. So you just turn that on by hitting the little thing over there. I put a napkin over this one. See, we have safety glasses here. Safety. Tomorrow, I'm even going to have a fire extinguisher. For today, YOLO. I have a bottle of water. I'll be fine. Actually, I should bring my fire extinguisher with me right here. Where did I leave that fire extinguisher? Yes. Where did I put it? Ah, it's on the desk. Yes, that's unacceptable. Okay, you will use this flux for now. Okay, here we go. I got my fire extinguisher.
How do I turn this off?
Okay, so when you take it off of the thing, and there's a button on it. There's a blue button at the top. And then we're going to adjust the temperature here to, let's see, all the way up, because it's a MacBook board, and the air all the way up. Okay. Is everything you see orange?
Yes.
It's kind of cool, isn't it? So let's try to let's get this somewhat centered in the microscope, just so that I can see what it is that you're doing. Beautiful. Oh, there's no Clinton here to steal, I'm afraid. There's no Clinton here to steal. All right. Okay. I'm going to go over here now. Look at this desk. Now remember, no matter what Paul says, there's no such thing as too much flux. Bonus points if you don't burn the desk, but you most likely will, because I kind of burned mine. I wasn't actually looking. Okay. Now, something I want you to get used to is try to look in the microscope instead of at the screen. Looking at the screen is going to be almost impossible for you. Versus, you're going to have to be able to look inside the microscope while you're doing it.
Oh, that's much clearer.
So this, one sec. Move the. Don't burn desk too hard. Fire extinguisher comes tomorrow. So, move the board a little bit out towards you, maybe about 1 inch. And you're going to have to move the microscope as well. But are you familiar with the idea of proprioception? The idea is that if you have your eyes closed and you have your hands out, you should be able to know exactly where you are without having to look at where you are. And you're eventually going to gain that skill where you don't see your tweezers in the microscope yet, but you know exactly where they are and how to find your way to what's in the microscope without taking your head out of the microscope to look at the tweezer. But that's a skill that's going to take you a while to develop. Just don't grab it. You're just gonna poke it every now and then, just a little bit to see if it's warm enough. But the iron, you're gonna have to bring the hot air up a little bit, closer to the board. There you go. You're gonna tell when the flux starts to bubble and sizzle a little bit that it's about time for the board to move, for you to tap it. So try to point your hot air up rather than diagonally towards you. Hey, how are you?
Hey, how's it going? Is the workshop going on today?
Yes. We have give me one moment, I'll be right with you. There you go. Okay, now remember to tap it off of the solder pads. You don't want it to get resoldered. And there you go. Okay, now wait a minute before you actually grab it. For it to cool off. This can go back in there.
Hey, how's it going?
How are you?
I'm
Pleasure to
alright.
meet you.
I'm Albert.
Lewis.
Lewis, pleasure to meet you. What are you guys working on over here?
And I'm trying to teach him how to take a connector off of the board because he wants to take a connector off of his iPhone board and put it on another iPhone board that's missing a connector.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
But, so he has to harvest it from his donor phone. So I just want him to practice harvesting 2 connectors on a donor board before he harvests a connector from his board.
I think I've seen in some of your videos where you say it's a lot easier to get these parts by harvesting from old equipment rather than buying them.
Yeah, because you have to wait like 2 or 6 weeks for it to get there from China. Or in my case, 3 weeks for it to get here from my New York City office. I actually have the connector that he needs, it's just not here. Okay, let's see the condition that your connector is in, that you removed. Let's see what this looks like, if it was mashed up in any way or usable. All right, what do we got here?
I'm Albert, by the way.
Nice to meet you, Quinn.
Quinn, it's a pleasure.
Okay, let's see what we have. Okay, only a little, very tiny minor piece of damage over here, but on the plastic. However, all the pins are perfectly in place, so this would technically work, even though it's not perfect. This is more than good enough. So I would say remove one more, just to get a little bit more acquainted with it. One thing I want you to do is when you take your hot air, and you were pointing it a little bit towards you rather than up at the board. That's why it was taking so long. And one of the things I mean with proprioception is you're going to have to get to a point where you know which way this is pointing without leaving the microscope. Because when you're in the microscope and you have the board over here, Like you can't see through the board, so you don't know if the hot air is pointing. I'll put it so that the people in chat can see. You don't know if it's pointing this way or directly up, and if it's pointing towards you, it's going to take way longer. So let's find another connector for you to take off of that. And what do you have?
Well, so
Anything
I
fun?
don't have anything nearly as interesting like he has. I had a few generic electronics projects I'd like to try.
Yeah, sure.
I've got pretty limited knowledge in that department.
Let's see. I will try to teach both of you at once. Let's find a connector. This board has probably been salvaged by Paul for everything useful on it.
Maybe this one.
Yeah, go for that one. That's going to be harder because it's in a more it's a dense area.
Take the challenge.
Let me find my fire extinguisher. That desk didn't burn as much as I thought. Bonus points if you don't burn the desk. When you see what my desk looks like when you come here, it's pretty much just burn marks everywhere. You can't even see desk anymore. Yes. Okay, what do you have? Let's take a look.
Well, so all I was hoping to do was doing some generic sort of electronics projects. So I'm pretty new to electronics, kind of nervous about trying it. What if the stuff catches fire?
That's fine. I got a fire extinguisher.
All right. Well, that makes me feel bad.
Proudly Texan Ozarka 16.9 ounce water.
All right.
Let's do that. Unless it's lithium, then you're fucked.
Well, so what I'd like to build up toward is to do some DIY, like security cameras. And I'd really love to be able to throw like a machine learning model on top of it to do like object recognition to say, oh, is this a person or is this something else? So like, for example, I've tried those stupid blink cameras.
Is this like the OpenCV thing?
Well, so I think what I was planning on doing was I was just planning on doing a few DIY cameras, and then I was hoping to wire it up with like Home Assist. I think there's a variety of libraries you can use to wire to get that working.
All right, well, let's see.
Yeah, can I sit down on this one?
Yeah, have a seat at this one.
All right.
Okay, let's see the condition of the connector. And did you? It looked like it got stuck on something around there. Hey, be with you in a sec. Okay, so you have to be careful when pushing. Again, this is a donor board, so it doesn't matter. You can screw this up as much as you want. But it's just best to not waste the things that are on the side. So when you push off, just try to be careful to not push it in the direction of other little things. Try removing a charging port. Try getting that off. Let's see if can you get this charge port off without removing any of the stuff nearby. Hello.
Hi, Liz.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. My name's Austin.
Oh, thank you. How are you?
All right. My name's Jeremy.
Lewis, nice to meet you.
Welcome to Texas.
Thank you.
Yeah. Welcome to Austin, welcome to Texas.
Yes.
I actually grew up here.
Oh, very cool. In this area or somewhere else?
Actually in Austin.
Oh, cool.
But I moved away like almost 4 years ago. Because house prices were.
Yes. It seems to have done that throughout the entire country.
So
Sucks.
I'm only like 20 grand into a 3-bedroom and it's paid for.
Did you buy it in 1970?
No, 2019.
Holy crap. That's a nice deal.
So I just wanted to confirm, does it have to be like laptops or?
What do you have?
I have like a headlamp, you know.
Yeah, what the hell? Let's go for it. Let's see.
I'll grab my stuff. I just want to make sure it's okay.
Yeah, yeah.
No way that your project is simpler than mine.
I would have brought something, but I'm traveling. So.
Oh, that's fine. You could watch and cheer him along. Let's see what he has to remove that connector without removing any of the 0201 components above it that you see over here.
Well, very key. Yeah, that's something I'm trying to do myself is get better at soldering, SMD soldering. I've actually only started designing my own PCBs.
Cool.
Of course, it's all vintage stuff.
But temperature is high. You don't have to hit it that hard. It's going to be a very mild nudge once the temperature is up on the board. You- And there you go.
Albert, by the way. Jeremy, later. Awesome. Pleasure. Aptly named. Yeah.
Okay, let me take a look at that under the microscope and see what the condition is of the connector. What did you? No worries. All right. Okay, none of the plastic is burned, and the pins appear to be in perfect condition. There's one pin over here that, never mind, that's just flux. That's just a light reflection. So, yeah, this is a perfect connector job, and you didn't remove any of the components around it, so congratulations. That's progress right there. Okay, beautiful. Okay, let's get to, which desk is which? 4, here we go. Okay, now let's see your iPhone donor board. I want. Okay, so you need to take this off. So the first thing I would do is just try to figure out your strategy for which way to tap it. I would tap it towards the right because below you have a metal ring that it could get soldered to. Above you have a metal ring that it could get soldered to and then get stuck. And then if it gets stuck while you're tapping it, the pins can wind up getting moved. But if you just go straight to the right, then if you do it straight to the right, there's nothing for it to get stuck on. So I would probably tap it to the right. The second thing,
To the left.
if you think you can do it to the left without it getting stuck on this ring or anything like that, then go for it. I probably am a little. Actually, if you're right, if you do it to the right, then it's going to be on the floor. I don't know. You could have your hand there, but then you burn your hand. And so the next thing is you're going to have to find something to put on this because this board is so light compared to a MacBook board that it's when you go to tap on the connector, it's actually going to move the entire board. So I would put this solder spool over, actually this wire spool. Yeah, put the wire spool on top of the board to keep it where there, to hold it in place. They actually do make professional iPhone board holders that, yeah, I don't have. Also, you're probably going to be able to get away with using, you're not going to have the heat as high. You can adjust the heat in 2 ways. Behind door number 1, you can adjust it by changing the heat setting in the station. Behind door number 2, you adjust the heat by how close you are to the board. So if you're further away, it does almost the same thing as having the heat turned down over here. I tend to like having the heat turned a little bit up, but controlling the heat myself based on the distance to the motherboard.
So if iPhone boards need less temp, I think.
Yeah, you could at the very least like 400, or 3. I usually use 350 when I solder on iPhone boards. But this is all a matter of personal preference, and people, you'll figure it out with time. Okay, you have a.
Yes,
So what are you trying to attach to what?
Well, so like I said, I'm going to do like the simplest project here. So I just want to follow this little, it's not Instructables. It's somebody else's tutorial about connecting a PIR motion sensor to a Raspberry Pi. So nothing nearly as interesting as what Quinn's doing, but I'm pretty nervous about electronics. So it's nice to have a little supervision.
So what do you have to connect? Because what I'd like to do is try to have you practice on something else before you do it on yours.
All right,
so
all
that
right.
if you're going to screw something up, you should screw something up that doesn't cost any money, that
Yeah, well, thankfully,
doesn't belong to you.
well, the steps they've laid out here doesn't involve any soldering or anything like that, so I don't think I could do anything too destructive.
Let's see.
So really, they just have you connecting a few pins, connecting to the few pins on the Pi.
Mhm.
Also, you're wiring up the PIR sensor. It's a little bit of code involved. So I don't know if you had something I might try first. That could be a nice confidence
Well,
builder.
show me what it is that you need to attach so that I could figure out what it is you should practice first. You got the connector off? See how much faster it comes off when the board has less thermal mass?
Yeah, that was very simple.
Okay. Now, there are 2 schools of thought here. And again, we're going to do this. Put that connector with your good board, and then just put that aside. I don't want you to try to solder that connector on that board until you've done it on one of these. There are 2 schools of thought. Behind door number 1, you put the connector on the board, you have all the pads be flat, and then you solder one by one. Some people like to pre-tin the pads and then just tap their iron to it. So I'll show you what these 2 things are in a moment. Yeah. I just grab a board myself. I'm going to rip a connector off and then put it, and then try and reattach it and show you. First, we have to get myself a spray bottle cleaner at some point, some alcohol, and some towels. That's a... Okay, so first I'm just going to remove one of these connectors and show you the different ways that you may want to go about trying to reattach it. And oh my, this board got sodomized. What the this does not... Go Let's see. You can use this station over here. I just have to find another chair. You can use his chair in the time being. For the, yeah, so you could use that chair at this station. No worries. Okay. Oh, let me get another flux. Be right back. It's fun. Okay, so a little bit of flux. Be nicer to yourself, Pakadet. Also, let me set a good example here. I should use my own damn safety goggles. Ooh. Okay. So I only take the heat away once every single one of the pins is taken off of there. So the two ways that people usually look at doing this. Let's get a micro pencil. Where is my micro pencil? Aha. I'm going to switch over to the tiny iron. Down. You know, the solder spool that I had at work, I had been using since 2006. And I always used to joke that when I finished it, that was going to be time to retire. Because when you see how much you get, it's almost impossible to actually use all of this. Okay. So what some people like to do is they will go over each one of these and make sure that each pad is has solder on it, like this. Because when you take the piece off, some solder is going to come off of some of those pads, and it's not going to be very even anymore. The solder mask keeps you from having bridges, so even though I have a giant tub of solder on there, it doesn't cause any bridging. And then they'll take tweezers, do this. Don't need this anymore. You're going to want to make some of the flux go. If the flux is really, really hardened after it cools down, it's going to be hard to do this, so I'm going to get rid of some of the flux. I'm not going to use a soldering temperature. I'm lowering this to like 200 or 150. I just want to blow away all the nasty flux. And then you just kind of go around like this. So I'm going to push down on the connector, enough that it makes good contact with the board, but not enough that I'm damaging the plastic. And this is where you're going to have to practice on one of these before you do yours, because I want you to know how much you have to push down to damage the plastic, so that you know exactly how far you can go without doing it to the good connector. Hopefully your hand is not as shaky as mine is now. And you just tap each one. Now, what I'm looking for is, if I have a teeny tiny bit of flux on each one of these pins, if I don't stay there long enough, the flux on this side is not going to melt. I won't see anything. I'm looking to keep the soldering iron here long enough that I can kind of tell that this is heated up enough that it would have melted solder. That's my mental test for if I've heated it up the right amount of time. Because if you heat it up for too long, you're going to melt the surrounding plastic, and if you don't heat it up enough, then you don't have a solder joint. This one's also a really annoying angle because I have a heat sink over here. And then what you can do to see if you've actually soldered every one of them is you could tap each pin after zooming in a lot with the tweezer, and if it moves, then it's not soldered. So you could do this. This is not showing up well on the microscope. It's blurring a lot because I can't hold the board steady, but you could tap each pin to see if it's actually soldered. And if they move, then they're not. So I would say try soldering every one of those pins on one of the donor boards that you have over there, and then take one of the connectors that you took off, or just take and try to put it back on. Actually, I'll give you a fresh board because I think I took your connectors and threw them on the floor over here. So that's not a fair ask. So let's take one that is... Yeah, let's use this one. This is the cleaner looking one. Also, fuck this heatsink. Yeah, let's get that out of the way. So you're going to try taking that off,
All right.
solder around the pads. I'm going to give you an iron to use, and then you're going to put it back on. Let me just give you the right soldering iron. Hits. This over here. I'll look at both of yours in a moment.
Oh, no worries.
And so I have to use the bathroom after this. And okay, excuse me. Okay, let's see what you have to solder.
Oh, actually, so actually, I wasn't gonna do any soldering. So maybe I can give this station to Jeremy. I was just gonna mess around with this little circuit here. So maybe I'll just start with something a little simpler. Like I'll just do this little PIR test circuit.
Go for it.
Yeah. So is there somewhere else I can do this? I'd like for Jeremy to take this. I can just. camp
Not
on the
yet.
floor. It's all right.
We will soon, but for now I have 3
Let
desks,
me clear out.
unfortunately. Let's see. What do you have?
Got a space heater and a headlamp. Well, I forgot some AAAs, so I may need to go grab some to test it out. But,
I have double A's, damn. I actually have a rechargeable double A's over there.
well, I can go grab mine. Don't let
You know what I have? Which I have a power supply. We could just pretend we have a AAA. Let's see.
You'll have to help me do that because I don't know that.
Okay, so let's see. How many volts do we need here? So this doesn't, it just doesn't shine anymore?
Correct. Well, so when it last broke, it would shine for like a moment. I think maybe it's a capacitor. Like it would shine and then it would just go dark and then stop working.
Let's see. I need to get some probes for that power supply. Alligator clips is going to be the next thing that I have to get. Actually, yeah, I don't have. Do you have any batteries in your car?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I don't have any AAAs. Should I just go grab some?
What does this multimeter use? 9 volt or AAA? Okay, here you go. Okay, you have to unscrew them out of here.
Okay.
But yeah.
Supposed to do that?
Don't get hot, don't get hot, don't get hot, don't get hot. do the opposite of what I just did.
All right.
Yes, you will use a set of pliers when you do that. Okay. Okay, put this in there. Yes, additional list. Packing tape, alligator clips. Oh, also alcohol and alcohol containers. I completely forgot alcohol Q-tips and alcohol containers. That's a fail.
So, is there a difference between solder mask and flux?
Yes. So this is used as like an insulating layer. So this is the opposite of flux. So this helps solder flow, and that pretty much prevents solder from flowing.
You said something about solder mask with this part.
What I was saying, when you are knocking this off of the, let's say when you're like knocking the connector off. Oh no, that's how it was. Sorry, I'm confusing you. All right, what I said is that when I'm running solder along here, instead of putting solder in each individual pin, the reason that I'm able to have that just giant glob of solder going over all of it is the solder mask that's in between each pad prevents the solder from bridging between the pins. So like this is not solderable. This is not.
Yeah,
This is.
okay.
This is not.
I wasn't sure if you were saying like I need to put some of that on or.
There's only 2 in here. Is there another one?
Huh?
There's only 2 in here, so.
Oh shit. Yeah, there's another one at the end of the desk. Yeah, take one battery out of that one at the end of the desk. You cannot, Chris Tom. This is not a business yet. You cannot buy flux here. There is no buying of anything here. You're not going to be able to wick with that. You have to switch over to this iron to be able to wick. So this is a micro pencil. That's for micro soldering, but it has no wicking ability whatsoever.
Okay.
So the way you switch is you take out this thumb hurting thing, you unplug that, plug that one in, and you push on the. There's a button on the top.
Yeah, I'm pressing.
So you do that, you push, and you. There you go. And this goes in. That usually means the tip isn't pushed in all the way. I can only imagine what my chat looks like right now.
turn on for a little bit, and then it will quickly like die. I'll just leave it there for
It's not going to die because it's here.
now. Yeah, right.
This is like if you bring your car to the dealer for a noise and warranty.
Well,
That's funny. Yep, just like a car being brought to the dealer for a noise and warranty.
okay, maybe we'll Well, how about for this then? So,
What's wrong with that?
so here, you know, it's got this switch down here. It engages, but for whatever reason, the fan doesn't actually turn on anymore.
You know, I've spent my life trying to get fan spin, but never this type of fan. Okay.
This is a space heater. It's not heating up, and it's also the fan's not going. So I don't know if it's related. It's not related to this kill switch back here. But,
What happened to it?
it just stopped working one day.
Did it get kicked? Stepped on?
Nope. I just
Water damage?
Nope.
Okay.
Simply just there. Tried to use it. Turned it on. Stopped working.
Open it. Yeah, what the hell? I would unplug it first and Your light is still working. That's a troll, man. I know that feeling. That's so annoying.
Oh really? I wonder if it's somewhere inside.
The safety switch on the bottom, that burns out a lot. Somebody here seems to think they know what it is. Let's see. It's got a... Who's soldering on camera right now? Him. Here's
How do I know if I have enough solder on this?
Every one of the pads should have about approximately an even amount. So it should be like if a fully... Well, first things first, you have so much flux there that you're not really going to be able to see it very well. So you're going to have to heat it up a little bit, just so that you can see what's going on from the top, not the bottom. Each one should be in approximately the same amount.
Tiny one with a little more in the bottom corner.
Which one, left or right?
Right.
But yeah, the bottom right looks like it has less than the bottom left. Now we go over it with the micro pencil until it looks like it doesn't have to be exact, but it should be Like each one should have a nice, clean, neat little mound where it's not like there's more solder on the left of the pad than the right. That usually means that it was cold. Also, here's the other thing. You can't add solder. You can't put the iron to the pad without there being flux there, or without you adding solder as you do it, because the solder has flux inside of it. Or else then it becomes like a cold, boogerish, like dry booger of a joint. Anytime that you're touching the iron to a pad or a pin, you have to either have flux there already or solder flowing.
Hey Lewis, do we happen to have another voltmeter?
I think all the batteries are now in that thing.
You can use batteries. Yeah.
Okay,
Oh,
yeah.
it's no rush.
No, it's now working. So.
It works perfectly.
What did you do to it?
He used different
bought it
he used proper branded batteries from 7-Eleven. Yes, just
Thank
the,
you.
Can,
yeah. Just put the multimeter back together with those batteries, and then.
So I'm putting it on. Does it need to face a certain direction?
It can be either way.
Like heat it?
I would use the right thing to do here is to use a Q-tip and some alcohol to clean the board before you attach the connector, which unfortunately I don't have because I forgot to get it before setting this up. So what I would do is I would heat the board a little bit, just so that the flux is at the very least more watery and less mud-like. But you're going to want to do it with the connector not there, because that level of heat is going to burn the plastic on the connector.
So I've made a little circuit that has the PIR sensor, but it's not working correctly, so let me check the voltage just to see if...
Let's see. How is this supposed to be hooked up?
Well, the way it's supposed to be hooked up, actually, let me turn this up.
Good thing I'm
I've got the circuit diagram here.
Let's have a seat at this desk, instead of doing it standing up.
Yeah, so here's all I'm trying to do. So I've got my little voltage source. I think that's supposed to be 3.3 volts. And then I've got my little PIR sensor. And then on the output, I've got a small 220 ohm resistor and an LED. And I'd
So-
like to see the LED light up whenever this guy detects motion.
So what is? Oh, so this is a motion sensor,
Right.
and that's the LED.
Right, and the LED...
Is that lit up or not lit up? I
It's-
can't tell if
it's
that's the light from here.
It's slightly lit up, but it doesn't seem to change at all when if you
Okay, firstly, let's not do this standing up because it's going to get confusing. All right, let's over here. Put the meter. Okay, so you have your 9-volt battery.
the old power supply should be giving 3.3 volts.
And so this is okay. What is this resistor for?
No, well, that's just some random thing that was on the board previously. This shouldn't be doing anything.
Okay, so you have your positive going to there.
Mm-hmm.
The positive from there is going to what? Yeah,
Well,
everything in that row. Oh, never mind. It's going to this.
Mm-hmm. How can I tell from that PIR sensor what the pin should be?
I don't know. Do you have a diagram
Well,
for that says which pin is what on this
Yeah,
PIR
I
sensor?
wired them up based on this diagram, but I'm not really sure if that's the same component as what I've got or not.
Well, that's the PIR sensor, and it says it's got the output, the plus, and the minus. But how do you know which one is plus or minus on this sensor?
Yeah, so that's what I was not quite sure about. Does this sensor, does it match what's here in this diagram?
Well, I mean, not that. Let's take out the sensor for a moment.
Yeah.
So how do you know where this thing is supposed to go on the board?
Well, so I was really just trying to align this such that we have these pins wired up exactly as in this diagram here. I'm not sure if it's correct for this particular.
So for this shield, we need to know which one of these is. So one of these is plus, one of these is minus, and one of these is ground, one of these is positive voltage, and one of these is output.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is, you have to know which one is which.
Mm-hmm.
And do you have any documentation for this thing that would tell you that?
No, maybe I can look up. Maybe I can try to see from Amazon or what have you where I bought it.
So the first thing you need to do is figure out which pin on this is which,
Yeah.
because we could possibly be sending, voltage to the output pin or voltage to ground instead of to where it actually is supposed to go.
See, this is why I'm worried about these things catching on fire.
So don't worry. I have my water bottle. You're good.
All right.
But also, batteries have high ESR. You're not going to set anything on fire with a 9-volt battery. You'll set something on fire with this.
Okay,
But that's why we ain't starting with that. So, let's see. So what we need to figure out is which pin is which on this thing.
Mm-hmm.
Also, one thing I'm curious of, let's just make sure that, so that's the LED. So if I do this, does the LED light up? It does. Okay, so the LED works.
Mm-hmm.
So next thing is, we need to figure out, I think what's possible is maybe you have the pin wrong on this thing.
Maybe so.
So again, one of these is output, one of these is input, and one of these is ground.
Mhm.
So can you figure out online which one of those is which?
Yeah, that's
I could guess. I could trace back and guess.
Yeah, we can
I
do
also
process
got-
elimination. But,
Yeah, I just don't want to fry it in case
right?
it's
All right, thanks so much.
okay. Okay. With that being said, let's get a spicy chicken bowl. I'm hungry. All right. Okay.
All right. You said someone in the chat said a fuse might be on?
Okay. Let's see. They said. Let's see what these know-it-all fucks said is the problem. All right. Does a sensor need a pull-up resistor? We'll see. We're going to figure that out in the documentation, NeuroPilot. That's what the documentation is for. So let's see. Second. I'm just ordering lunch. I'm hungry. Okay. Create password. Kava grill. Save. Password. Copy. Create. You guys want my birthday to order a fucking salad? Oh, get out of here. Okay, you're getting a fake birthday. For one. There we go. Okay. Let's see. Where's the person that said Big Clive went over this a while ago? You want my standard micro switch, easy fix. Is it the safety switch in the bottom that burns out a lot? Big Clive did a fan heater video recently, and it literally just needed the thermal fuses cleaning. All right, well, first things first. Does anything look broken?
Not that I could tell. I don't have an eye for this, so.
One moment. I will be 10 times better at troubleshooting once I've had food. 1 second.
Oh, you're just ordering from right here?
Yes. Across the street. Let's do it. Pull. Squeeze.
See any corrosion in the contacts?
Where would be here? Right here.
And there's some right in there. Those are terminally activated, and there should be one near the fan motor. And there's a fuse too.
That,
No. The fuse should be down there.
that's the piece.
Somewhere in there.
Doesn't look like it.
There's one up in here with that thermally active wave contact, like one set like here and then another one down there with the fuse. But this should be similar. Generally speaking.
Okay.
So
No worries. One sec. Just ordering lunch, and I will be right with you.
I was just checking out.
Okay. 63310. Okay. Let me take a look at what you've got. One sec. I'm just gonna get this for pickup, and I'll be right there. Hungry. Okay. No. Okay, beautiful. All right, let's see what you got.
Yeah, so I'm trying to resolder things and
You,
failing.
you chose the most difficult connector to do it to.
Only because
Are you starting-
I lost the connector that I desoldered before, and then melted the second one.
Let's see if there's another small one on this board. Let's go with something simple like this one over here.
This one
Yeah.
right here.
Did you get any idea which pin is which?
Yes, I took that cover off, and it clearly says it.
Okay, I'm an idiot. That's right there, literally the entire time.
And once I finally reversed it, it seems to be working. It's kind of slow though. You gotta get pretty far away for it to go, for the light to go off. I don't know if I'd trust my security to such a.
Okay, let's see. VCC.
Mhm.
Okay. That pin is VCC right there. Output is there, and wait, how is this attached? How is this? I'm missing something. Okay, never mind. It is grounded. Okay, that's ground. Let me just trace this, because I feel like I'm missing something. Okay, ground is the blue one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that is lined up. I thought it wasn't.
Yeah, it's hard to see the resistor.
Okay, so this is all properly attached.
Mm-hmm. You gotta step back quite a bit for that LED to turn off, it seems like. And it's kind of slow. It's kind of laggy.
If I use this to keep Mr. Clinton from stealing greenies, he would be the fattest cat in the
It's
world.
true. It's true. I wouldn't trust any kind of security to this little component.
Okay, so you've hooked this up completely properly. There's nothing wrong with how you've hooked this up.
Mm-hmm.
That is just the world's slowest motion sensor.
Yeah, right. I think if you leave it alone for a second.
What is it rated for? It's rated for 5 volts?
Yeah,
9 volts?
3.3.
It's rated for 3.3. Are we giving it 5,
No, we are
4.5, or 9?
We're giving it a 3.3, so you can switch it here on this little.
Oh, okay, so that's what this thing does.
Uh-huh.
Yes, I think that is just a very slow sensor.
I guess so. I don't know. It's still fun.
It's fun to play with that stuff. Heater.
What's that?
Okay, so the safety switch is the thing on the bottom?
This thing.
This looks like a cheap piece of shit, that thing. If I were to guess...
Try to attach this.
What? Let's see. Is there a way to take that thing out without breaking the entire plastic around it? Made in China. Okay, that answers my question. No. Let's see. That thing does not look like it comes out. Yeah, I would. I mean, the way you could test if it's an issue with the fan or that switch, there's an obvious way to do this, which is, you know, shorting that together, or shorting what the switch is doing temporarily and seeing what happens. Which
How would I do that?
let's see, you have to figure out where everything here is actually going. Let's see. Okay. Do you have a multimeter? Yeah, no, keep that one over there. We're going to put this one back together because we don't need the light anymore.
I got it off, but I don't remember how to put these back on.
Okay, so first thing we're going to do is put a bit of solder on each pad. Thank you, Catherine.
To be honest, I was kind of hoping I could do that quickly.
Huh?
I was hoping I could do that same thing.
Yes, I will get you a desk so that you can do the same. Do you have do you have a board you want to try to, or you just want to practice on one of the donors?
You can definitely sit here. I don't maybe that's
I need more desks. Okay, let's see. Um,
you can use that chair.
Let me get you a donor. There we go.
Yeah, I learned the hard way. Don't solder on something that you care about. Because the first thing I ever tried was a very rare PC board, and I just burned the hell out of it.
There you go. So if you want to try taking a connector off, I usually put a little bit of flux on there. I'll have to find you flux. Heat the board from underneath. Tap it to get it off. You'll figure out quickly what too much or too little heat is. Yeah, the only way you'll get a feel for it is by breaking something, which is what this is for.
Right.
And since flux tends to move around a bit, I have these little goggles so that the flux doesn't fly up and hit you in the face while you're using the hot air. I need to get you a chair.
I've got solder going in between joints here.
Let me just turn the light down a little bit so I don't have as much reflection. Wait. This is doing that auto exposure thing. Where as I turn the light down, it turns... Okay, that's fine. I got to figure out how to set that on the camera later.
You want to look for the microscope real quick?
Sure. Let's go over. So this is that's because it's very high. So here, so let's say that this is the pad, this is the pin. You don't want the solder to sit between the pad and the pin. The pin should be smashed onto the board already, and then the solder just makes a connection between what's already there.
So I wasn't pushing hard enough.
Yeah, so when you soldered the first pin on there, it was kind of... Yeah, you see, like I could shove a tweezer under there. Let me see a tweezer. This is pretty high off of the board. Like if you were to look at the board from an angle, it's kind of sitting up.
Yeah, I see that. Okay.
Now there is a very tricky way to try to fix that, which is use hot air with a lower temperature from far away, and it slowly kind of melts itself into place. This is kind of cheating after the fact, because usually you're not going to get that. You can't get that off again without hot air. So I'm going to see if I can cheat. Be with you in just a sec. Okay. Okay. Let me just move this battery out of the way. Of the hot air. Let's up the temperature here. Okay, see how it's flatter on the board? And then watch what happens when it's flat on the board. Try using this to remove the solder bridge. So add some flux, and then try using this to remove the solder bridge between the pins. That's enough. You're good. And so that iron is a knife tip, so instead of doing this, these are the two pins, this is the knife tip. Don't do this, do this. You have more thermal mass. Bonus. There you go. See how it comes off much easier? Because now the solder is going on the pin or the pad rather than just going back. Before you had a solder blob on the pins because it was so high off of the pads that it wasn't able to get absorbed into the pads.
Yeah. Okay.
So one of the ways you could help yourself with this is by observing the board at an angle. So if you look at the board like this, instead of just flat on the desk, you're not going to be able to see this. But if you start adjusting the board up like this, which means taking it off of the desk, and then you're going to look at it in the microscope like this, then you'll be able to see, oh wow, that's off of the board. Okay, let's get you a flux. You have a flux. We have each tweezer. We have an iron. We have a micro iron. Hot air. That needs a nozzle. This already has a nozzle. Do you want to try just taking a connector off and putting it back on?
I can do that.
All right. So first things first, you put a little bit of flux in that connector. Put these on so that the flux doesn't fly itself off into your eye, because that would suck. But we're going to start with a small connector, not the big one. The big one is that's too difficult for first time. I would even say start with something over there that's smaller or easier.
Like this one here?
Actually, the easiest one, to be honest with you, is going to be this one over here.
Okay.
Sorry, that dropped out of this. There you go. You have this thing. I would start with something like that one. That's going to be the easiest one to do. Yeah, the large charge port connector, there's a lot to mess up there. That's a tough one. Let's throw this in my garbage bag, which is currently my floor. Add that to the shopping list. A garbage pail. Okay, so the heater. What was my troubleshooting strategy for this? I forgot. Shorting the switch. Well, I mean, that does not look like the type of switch that's actually going to come out for you to look at it or clean it, because it's like, see how this one, you can see the contacts inside of it?
Okay.
Like, you can actually see it. You can see if it's dirty or something. Like, you can't see shit inside of that. So I don't know how you would get inside of that, because I've never tried to fix a space heater before.
I mean, I can try to see if I can do some more disassembly.
I don't think you can get in that without breaking the plastic. I mean, my way of seeing if you needed a new switch would be the horrible way of, figuring out what's going. Actually, here's what I'm gonna do. What beeps when you push that switch, and then we can try bypassing it temporarily. With let's see. Is this in beeping mode? No, beep mode. Beep. Bruh.
So what's the principle we're trying to test here? Just if the
I want to see which ones go to which.
okay. Do I have to press in the switch down here?
Yeah, so let's see.
Is that good or bad?
Shit, that's 6 ohms of resistance with no power. Okay, unpress the switch. Yeah, that's shit. Okay, so the problem here is that switch. Like that's 8, okay, that's 8 ohms of resistance with almost no power. So the way this works is the more power you're trying to push through something, the more that resistance is going to be higher and noticeable. Like it's going to be more noticeable if you're trying to put 1,000 watts through something than if you're putting this stupid, 1/4 of a watt that this multimeter is putting through. So
you expect a higher resistance?
no, I expect there should be nothing when you're pressing that switch. That should be a straight up 0. Like I should be getting this when you press that switch.
Okay.
Like I should be getting close to nothing. And instead, when you press it, I get... Oh, go figure. Now it's going down because I said it out loud. Are you serious?
What does that mean?
It's doing what your light did. Okay, that was 6 to 15 ohms before. Yeah, now it's 0 because I'm testing. Go fucking figure. Piece of shit. Okay. That shoots that theory. Well, I mean... Maybe it's doing it intermittently? Yeah. Huh.
Well, maybe I'll try to get in here a little bit more and see if I.
I will, yeah, because like there could be some sort of dirt or nonsense in that switch.
Okay.
I'll be honest, I have no fucking clue how to fix a space heater.
That's fine.
However, but I would take the switches out, see if we can actually see the inside of that.
This thought it'd be a fun project.
It is fun when it doesn't do what this does. So, this, we have a word at the store for this. It's called random. When something works and then it doesn't work.
Yeah.
Or like anytime a customer says this randomly does this randomly doesn't light up, it's usually miserable because you can't actually pinpoint what it is without having like a way to just directly replace everything. That's funny. It was 30 ohms and then 0 a minute later. Okay, that's a laugh. Okay, let's see what you got. Okay, so the first thing I have to do is I have to up your temperature here. I lowered this too much. There you go. And your air is way too low. Second thing is... I'm going to go grab my lunch dish. Be right back. How close do you have the... you shouldn't have to pull on the connector that much. You should be able to literally just tap the side of it and have it come off. So you probably have to heat it for a little bit longer.
Yeah.
Also, let me pull this so you're not inhaling shit.
I'm just gonna watch for today. Maybe I'll come to another workshop.
Damn it. How does this... Let's see right there. There you go.
Patience. Gotta remember that.
Okay. Now, if you wanted to try put it... The thing is, I think you were pushing a little hard before it melted because some of the pins are bent.
Yeah.
Want to try another one?
If you don't mind.
Test. Oh. Help yourself, sir. We have many boards with many connectors. Okay.
I don't want to be a father.
Not at all. All right, try this.
Do I eat first?
What do you have? Let's see.
Well,
How far are we?
So I think we just have to replace this thing. Have to go find this part.
You have to find that because it's doing the thing where it works. It gives me 30 ohms sometimes and 0 ohms other times.
So there's nothing we would want to test now that this is out.
Let's see. How far can you get to opening that thing up to actually clean the inside of it?
I should be able to remove this now.
Is it the good board or the bad board?
This one's the good board.
Okay. You have the connector?
Yes, I actually have two of them because I found the old connector.
Huh?
Okay, from Lewis.
Oh, sure. Thank you.
10.
Yes.
Are you getting this?
Thank you.
Yeah.
This is paid for?
Yeah.
Oh, sure.
Look, I'll show you. Look.
Thank you.
Just look. Just
Somebody
make sure
brought
I
pizza.
dropped it off at the right place. It's 2410 San Antonio.
Yes,
right?
sir.
For a KG, gifted, receipt, Lewis.
Oh, thank you, Kate.
Y'all have a good day.
All right. Okay, anybody want pizza? I don't need pizza. But go for it.
Lewis KG though.
I don't know. You may want to have somebody taste test it to make sure it's not poison. I used to use Kevin for that at the old store. Okay.
So this is the good board. I found the old connector that I ripped off still in the volume controls, so that might be useful.
Okay. This is going to be fun. So, you're going to have to run micro jumpers. That may be a bit much for day one, so I'm going to try to see if I can run some micro jumpers for you. No promises, but let's go for it. I'm going to eat 10 more bites of this, then we're going to run some jumpers.
It doesn't work out well.
We'll see. I see enough there that we may be able to do something with it. Let's see how big this jumper is that I got. This is 34 gauge. This may work. 50-50. Huh. Okay, now, which one? The tough one to put back on. You got a lot of pins.
I was going by location.
Now, if you want to try putting it back on, you're going to have to, resolder, add some flux to that line of pins on the board, not on the connector,
Right.
and then resolder. And then you're going to use the micro iron after that to tap each individual pin. Go away, bug. My food. Asshole. Where did my fire extinguisher go? Oh, fire extinguisher.
I don't think this thing This thing doesn't come apart. So
Huh?
This piece doesn't come apart.
Yeah.
Does that mean I just need to? Can we try and order one of these, or is there any way to test this to see that it's for sure this thing?
When you tap it, this should read 0 ohms.
When I tap this. Okay.
Yes. And it was reading 0 ohms the second time, but it read 33 ohms the first time, which was concerning.
Does order of the leads matter?
Hmm?
Does the leads matter?
No, it doesn't matter. Same either way.
You might press it. Sure.
100 more calories left, and we will solder some. How are you? What can I do for you?
Oh, I just showing up to check it out, man.
Oh, yeah.
Just checking it out. I don't have anything to work on today, but been a fan of yours for quite some time, so.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Keep this out of here. God knows a bug will try to.
Some right to repair help. It's text.
Okay, let's switch seats for a moment. Never have water sitting next to your electronics, unless it's your fire extinguisher. Okay, so you don't have pads, you have nubs. Little nubs. That's fine. We're gonna make that into something. The first thing I noticed, do you see how the bottom of the pad is kind of gravelly in nature? So it's not like ripped, it's just gravelly. Sometimes it means you can kind of bring it back. A little bit of gentle scraping, like there's some rust on top of it. In this case, I'm not going to hold my breath. Okay, let's see. Let's blow away some of the flux. We're gonna. If we're having some alcohol, it would really come in handy. How did I forget alcohol? What can I use as alcohol in the meantime? So I have this. And 1 sec. That's the edge of the board. Tweezers. Connector goes here. Ugh. Wait a second. I have an alcohol container in here. No. That's not it. Hmm. Ah, they're all empty. Oh, that's bullshit. I forgot to get alcohol. These are all empty. That sucks. Hmm. All right. We'll improvise. Yeah. Get that out of there. Okay, so you have the connector that you ripped off in the tweezers, right? And then where's the other one? Is that this?
Yeah.
See the other one you got here. Where did I put this? What's it? What do we have? Huh? Oh, fuck.
Try not to be about it.
Hmm. Oh. Yoink. Maybe. Hmm. Do you know where was there a bevel tip here or just this one?
That was the tip that was already on there.
Ah, okay.
Isn't that the one you said you just toss anyway?
This isn't conical.
Ah.
Okay, this is bevel. Let's see. Where's my bevel? There's usually a bevel. Let's see. Iron. Yoink. Here we go.
Thank you, sir.
Put this aside. This will be for the service department. Service department. Okay. So let's see. Let's run some jumpers.
Yeah, I pulled up the volume control software. I don't have any Microsoft. Not a normal soldering iron, but it's not.
This is large wire. Hmm.
Turns out when I pulled up that connector, pulled up half of it.
I think I heard you explain when you were trying to desolder.
Yeah. I keep forgetting there's a string going in.
$50. Air lower. This might actually work without a jumper. Most of your pad is ripped, but since there's a little bit of a nub left, this may actually work. And not even need a jumper. Yeah, you need somebody to taste test it.
It's the only reason I'm not touching it. Pepperoni and sausage and stuff. Take a bite. No, it smells real good, but I'm just not about to go home and brain out. Yeah, right.
These three look good. One on the top right has a short in the middle. Let's look at it from a different angle. Let's see. Why is somebody dropping off 15 bags outside? Hello.
Sorry, let me call you back. Hi. Sorry to disturb you. We're waiting for our ride, so that's why we're here.
Okay.
Is it permitted?
Hmm?
Can we just like...
You said you're waiting for a ride?
20 minutes, yeah.
Okay. Yes. Waiting for a ride. Nope. That is a bend pin. Hmm. I have a feeling I made a bad decision by telling those people they can stay out there. We'll see later.
Kind of broken.
Oh, thank you.
Let me see why that's beeping like that. This one?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, I need a... Let me see your tweezer? There you go. Try it now. Turn on. 3, 2, there you go. So if that little indentation is sticking out, then it won't heat. Here's your tweezer. What kind of pizza was that?
It's what is it? Pepperoni and sausage.
Oh,
Quite good.
cool.
I don't think it's poison.
Well, we'll see momentarily.
If people start falling out, I'm not saying it's gonna be difficult to stream.
Yeah, that would be bad. Let's see, where is the tip that this comes with from the factory? Where did I put this? Where's the stock? Micro pencil. I want to see if I have a different tip than the T30KN. One sec. Where did Dan put this chip? I don't think he's reading chat. No shit. Somebody keeps beeping. Yes, one of my irons is being a piece of shit. Hmm. Where is that micro pencil tip? That's not it. Not it, not it. It would be funny if I left the tip that I'm looking for in New York City. I'm fairly certain I know exactly which box it's sitting in. Yes. Oh, maybe it's this. Never mind. Here we go. No, those are regular irons. Fuck. Oh, come on. Where'd I put the thing? That's a camera lens. Camera. Light. Getting closer.
What is that orange stuff? Is that just like whatever's under?
Isn't there like a USB charging cable? Like the old Android USB stuff?
I don't think so.
Somebody else to have one.
Yeah, I don't have a micro USB. I probably have one on my car, but I gotta
Oh, I might have one.
supervise. Hey. Let me switch something. When it comes to wicking, you have to use the main one. You have to. Unfortunately, it sucks. You have to switch back to the other one. That doesn't have enough power to do any wicking. Okay, now I'm off. I was looking for the narrower tip that I usually use for doing the iPhone stuff. But I think that is still on my desk in New York City. It's tough because you barely have a pad.
How long have you actually been in Texas?
I got here in August. Okay, there you go. Much better. That's like a shit of a little piece of bird shit that I'm trying to attach it to. It's like okay, cover this section. Down temp. Up the air. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Very low temperature. Okay, and up for 5 seconds. 7, 6, 5, 4. What do you want? Okay. Okay. So here we have it. It's attached to the nub. So you have to be very careful in pushing that in because you barely have a pad. I mean, the anchor pads are soldered, so that technically counts.
It's gonna get plugged in and not touched again.
Okay, so let's see if this works. Are you feeling lucky?
Pretty lucky. Seems like it's gonna.
One way to find out, right? Okay. You found a micro USB?
Yeah. Albert had one.
Cool. So what do you have? What are you trying to do?
This is a breast pump.
I've never fixed one of those before. What's wrong with it?
Doesn't charge. I mean, they come in two, obviously, and we bought it brand new, and one of them just wasn't working. Apparently, if you don't charge them for a long time, they just die to the point where they don't come back.
Okay, so if you don't charge it for a long time and it dies, that means they use the cheap, shitty BMS that doesn't manage the lithium-ion battery properly, and it lets it discharge manually too far.
So I've tried charging it with like a 9-volt battery, and like it works for a little bit, but then never actually completely charges that.
Do they sell replacement of this? Is there a part number?
There is a part number, but I couldn't find a replacement. There are some which are just like a lot larger than the dimensions of this. But
If there's like anything on here that you could find that it says model something. Is that on AliExpress or eBay? That's your best bet. Most likely that cell got discharged to like 2.6 or 2.4 volts or 2.1 and it stayed there too long, and now it's never going to go back up to where it did. And that's because they wanted to save 50 cents on a BMS,
what's a BMS?
battery management system. So
Yeah, I can only get it up to like 3 volts or something, and I guess that's not enough to get it to actually work.
that should be enough.
Yeah.
That's weird. Your best bet is finding a replacement battery, but that's going to be like a coin toss as to whether or not you can actually find somebody that sells that.
I couldn't. Someone was saying to like strip the wrapping. Someone was saying to like strip the wrapping off of it and then find what the individual cells are inside of it. But I don't want to do that. So.
Yeah, that's a bit. I wouldn't strip a lithium battery here, at least until I get a nice big bucket of sand. Alright, let's see. All right, let's see where you are at, sir. 1 sec. Let me just put this on the screen here. 3, 4, 5. Okay, so what do you got?
I got a pretty bad bridge in there.
Okay, so let's see. So, yeah, you have bridges on almost every one. It's consistency is key. All right, so let's see which. Let's see which can I. It's this one.
Yep.
Okay, what? So I'm gonna try to suck it up onto the iron tip like this. And that is. Oh, never mind. Okay, here's what you're doing. Okay, so you see how you put your flux in here? This station sleeps, so you're not actually heating right now. So it tries to be smart and put the iron asleep when it thinks you're not using it. So so this isn't even a skill thing. That was just I'm a horrible instructor and didn't tell you how this iron works before you started using it. My bad there.
And I'm partially kind of dumb anyway, so.
I'm not partially dumb. I'm fully dumb. So you haven't. Okay, so let's scrap that. Get another connector altogether.
Okay.
Actually, also let me raise why is it? Yeah, let's make this hotter. Yes. I'm trying to attract the solder onto the iron, but okay, here we go. So see,
That's what I was trying to do.
yeah, I was trying to do it like this, but it doesn't work as well as like this. Oh, here we go. So now, if you are really patient with it, you can't fix the plastic that's melted. That's going to be perma-fucked. But what you can do is if you're really patient, suck up solder, clean tip, suck up solder, clean tip, suck up solder, clean tip, and just do this over and over and over again. It's maddening. It's like 1, 2.
too much. It's akin to spreading.
It's not a fun game. However, it is a game that, it is winnable. I will give you that. It's not a hopeless game.
That's the whole point. Right?
Yes. As long as it's not hopeless.
Really? All I did was pick up the silly thing.
I wish I had better news for you.
Yeah, no.
Welcome to the fun of our industry, where you see something has a part number on it and you search for it, and it just doesn't exist.
I just wanted to come hang out. This isn't like broken thing that I
Sure.
have, so I was like,
You're always welcome.
see what we can do.
For the next month, 2 weeks to a month, it's going to look like a janky mess.
Yeah.
Huh.
Doing a lot over here, so it's all good. Have you been looking for contractors yet? Looking forward to that series.
Oh, no. Nope. I'm using this as it is. Nope.
This is perfect, man.
No changing anything. Even that arrow in tape on the wall, I'm leaving it there.
It looks good, really.
Yes.
Yeah, this is a good spot. Looking for campus.
What is that?
Practice at this point. This is the donor board.
I'm curious to see if yours actually works with that very small nub. But I have a feeling there's enough of a nub there that may actually give you a working volume button.
Yeah. Probably doesn't need that much.
Hmm?
Probably doesn't need that much of a connection.
You're making quick progress. To give you an idea, I bought some of the equipment to do this in 2009, and I didn't do one successfully until 2013. So. Huh? Yes. Okay, that looks considerably better, sir.
Thank you.
It's like literally just turning the iron around did it. And also it not being in sleep. Let's.
I think I've done enough damage to something else needs to turn.
Your heater.
See, it looks like it's burnt in there on that white thing, in that middle white one. I think that's could be the issue here. You see that?
Yeah, that's destroyed.
It is. Okay.
I can't believe I didn't see that in the beginning. The first thing is before you even go measuring shit, if it looks bad, it probably is bad. That is
that's that.
the one in the middle, 100%.
Okay.
That's 100%. It's just where you'd have to get a replacement one.
Okay. So theoretically, if I find whatever this is, or do I have to replace this one piece, or is this even?
No, these little things will come right out. Yeah, watch. You could literally unplug this.
Okay.
It's not. That doesn't look like it's soldered in. It looks like the connectors I use on my bike. That should. If you pull it out, it should come out.
I call it a spade. Shaped like a spade shovel.
Spray. That's the word. What do you do?
Jack of all trades, master of none.
Sounds. It's better to be a jack than a amateur, I suppose.
I just know enough to be dangerous in anything.
Somebody in chat was saying short the switch.
What's that?
Somebody in chat was saying short the switch. Those people are going to cause us to have more rules here.
So how do I do that?
Let's see if I'm actually correct. Because these look like the things that does not look soldered. You see how it's squeezing it?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is probably put together better than my bike because it was put together by a real company at some point.
Is it wiggling?
Damn, you don't want to come off. How tight are you on there?
It's riveted.
Okay, wow, that's literally not making any. Well, shit. You want to try? Sure. I don't want to break a switch, but
By the way, that's a bad one I tried to break.
thank you very much. I will have to figure out why that wasn't working later. Thanks for coming by. Sorry. Yeah, I need to. It's going to be more fun when I have more people to actually help and assist me with stuff, so people aren't left hanging. Thank you for being patient. I mean, usually, so that's going to be like this, and that little piece that's on is like it's like this. It's a piece of, and it should be. You should be able to pull it off. That looks exactly like the connectors on my bike. So like the wire gets crimped into this thing, and then this thing you have a spade, and then it's supposed to just come apart. I don't know if that's just really. If is that not coming apart because
Yeah, they just,
it was
they
squeezed.
Really, they put it on there and then they really just crimp it onto the terminal. So
Oh.
they're.
Okay, so they're not. So the wire, and that being on the terminal is probably done. It crimped at the same time, to save time or money.
No, what I'm thinking is when they put this connector on here, they actually make a connection.
I have an X-Acto, so we could pull back some of the insulation.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah, just get something under there to kind of pry that.
Yeah, so this should be a connector that you just pull off. I'm not crazy.
I know that.
This is not soldered. It was just put together with.
Spent a couple of decades as an auto technician myself, so I've seen quite a few.
And you. Holy sh. I'm not okay. So I'm not nuts. Yes, you see how that goes in there?
Yeah.
It just goes around a spade. You should just be able to pull those off. Keyword being should.
I've actually had to resort to using pliers and keep pulling hard like this. Jerks about putting it on.
I haven't had this ringer switch working in years.
Can we show it on camera? Let's see. All right. The first project out of this dump that actually works. Yeah. All right. Just trying to one second. Manual focus. Peter's gonna fucking kill me if I give him this to edit for the channel and it doesn't. It looks. Okay, focus.
There we go. It's almost there.
All right. Volume button works.
Switch as well. Perfect fix. Thank you.
Congratulations. Now I get to. Story of my life. iPhone board fixed at component level. Space heater still broken. Like, one of these things should be easier than the other. It's beautiful outside today. Perfect weather. What a day. The chat is asking why you need a heater in Texas.
It does get like,
It gets cold.
well, also you get used to being really warm here, and so like temperatures that other people
So,
think are.
no, one of my employees, he said, I told him, when you're gonna love it here. It's way warm. It's like 20 degrees warmer. It's sunny every day. They fly in on flew in November 3rd, like for every fucking day for a week. It rained every single day. It was cloudy every single day. And the best part is it was 10 degrees colder here than it was in New York for the entire week. They all got screwed. And they all say, I didn't like. I guess I could have checked the weather before making that claim, but when I was here, at least that was true. I'm sorry. Did you find anything? What?
Well, you see this little burning stuff right there? That's normal wear and tear because what this says is when it heats up, it or it gets some kind of current anyway. That's what flips something on. And there's a whole lot of sparking going on in there. So that's normal.
So maybe that's not what it
That
is.
could be normal. And then the only thing I could think of is, if you can find, if we have even just a little piece of paper like right from a printer or whatever, just kind of run that through there to clean it off because it's a light abrasive.
Yeah, it is weird. Like on weekends, I remember back in the days. Do you think that's a problem?
Because with all the sparking in here, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a whole bunch of carbon.
Especially like the first release.
That's what I'm thinking.
I don't have an ultrasonic cleaner, but once I get it, it would be cool to like dip that in the ultrasonic cleaner, see if once it's cleaned up, it actually works.
I can bring it back.
My truck's probably going to be arriving like the 15th to 16th. I'm going to be doing these regularly, but I'm more than happy to take another look at that once everything's here that I need.
Oh yeah, on your website you have a date set for the 31st.
Yes, I will be here.
So if I come on the 1st of December,
We will also be here. My truck is probably going to arrive sometime between the 15th to 17th.
okay.
And I'll have an ultrasonic cleaner that I can put that in so that we can.
I remember you putting that call out too, and like, God, I wish I still had my commercial license.
Commercial? Oh, for the trucking. That was a difficult one. Did you see, if you go to U-Haul's website, getting a truck, like a 20-foot truck, not even 26-foot, out of New York City, you have to wait until March or April. And then Penske makes you call them for a quote. I have never in my life utilized a service where they said call for quote where I could afford it. Never. It doesn't matter how rich you get. Whenever you're at a point where whatever you've searched for says call for quote, you can't afford it. And that remained true.
I was told growing up, if you had to ask how much it is,
Yes, that is very true. Let me wash my hair.
got these two Jabras.
Uh huh. Let's
I
see.
destroyed the audio end on one end. So yeah, I cracked it or something.
Let me see. Oh, yes, bendy. Wait, oh, look at how is this that flexible? That's crazy.
So can I take, so then this one I stopped working with this. So can I take this thing and put it on there?
Is this the type that like unscrews or?
I don't.
I wonder if you can buy. I know you can buy the 3.5mm normal one. I wonder if you could buy the microphone one. Let's see. Maybe somebody in chat knows. So chat. So actually, yeah, we're gonna ask chat. All right. So what could possibly go wrong? So this is a 3.5mm plug. So let me put this on manual focus so that I can actually. Here we go. So chat. This is a 3.5mm Neutrik plug. See. I want to get one of these that has the microphone end to it too. Do they make these? Do they sell that where it's solderable, like this one was solderable, but with a microphone end? Let's see.
Or can I use this as a donor?
I don't know if that's even made to be open. That's the thing. Like a lot of the let me show you with this. This is probably on this one. See, I can
take it off.
so it unscrews.
Maybe a heat gun would do something like this or something.
This one is really easy to be served. Well, the thing is, you're going to have what you're talking about doing is cutting that up and then having 4 separate wires, microphone, left, right, ground. Okay. Each one of those is going to have to be tied together, and each one can. The mic is intermittent. It keeps. Oh, you didn't plug us back in. Okay. Yeah. So what we want is a 3.5mm, but a 4-pole, not a 3-pole. Let's see if that's even made. The cable fell off. I know. I fixed it. I know. You're killing me. Okay, let's see. 3.5mm 4-pole plug. Where's my browser? Okay, the browser. What is this? Is that? Oh, this is. Oh, hello. Here we go. Let's minimize chat. Screep. No audio. What? There's audio just fine. You guys are just fucking with me. Yeah, you guys are screwing with me. I see my audio right there, asshole. Anyway. Fucking. I should ban every one of those fucks. Okay, so. Does this here we go. These are difficult to solder to. You have 1, 2, 3, 4. So you need something like this. You need a 4-pole 3.5mm jack. Or again, what you could do is you could cut this up and actually try to tie all the 4 wires, each one of those wires together, but where it cannot short to the one right next to it.
Okay.
Which is
Really
almost impossible. You're going to want to shoot yourself.
Okay.
But yeah, you're going to want to get something like this. And I would look to see if somebody like Neutrik makes it, because a lot of these, 99% of the companies making these things suck, but Neutrik makes really high quality ones.
How do you
They like that. Let's see. Neutrik 3.5mm plug. So this is a high quality one. This is the one that I have. These are beautiful. They're gold plated, but they have really nice solder. Like Neutrik is one of the best companies for these types of connectors. I'm a big fanboy.
Okay.
So let's see if they actually have one for audio. Audio XLR plugs and jacks. Plugs. Come on, 3.5mm. Oh, okay. They don't have 4-pole. Okay, so they're being elitist. They're thinking 4-pole is for those, I don't know, iPhone and Android using plebs, not the professional recording studios. So we're not going to make it. Boo. Okay, well, you have some of them on Amazon at least.
Okay.
So yeah, 4-pole 3.5mm.
Okay.
And then we can, that's 100% fixable.
Great.
Yes, it'll be fun.
Or the other term is TRRS, tip ring server sleeve.
Or you call it TRRS too. Yeah, I forgot. Let me search by that. Thank you for reminding me. Okay, so let me turn off this stupid fume extractor. TRRS. Four. Here we go. Spark Fun. Yeah, this actually looks like it's decent quality. Yeah, so like yeah, see you have the 4 different points that you solder to.
So soldering this is going to be different than soldering one of these.
Let's see. Well, this doesn't have solder points on it. That's the problem.
Oh, this is not removable.
Yeah, like that's not like unscrewable. The whole this is made to be unscrewed and then have solder terminals. That's like this is like glue and rubber inside of there.
Okay, so all 3 of these are broken kind of near it. So if I just get 3, I can probably repair them.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Yes. Let's see.
That's what I wound up with, so, to this point.
One sec. I'm just gonna switch these over. 3, 4, 5. Okay. So the ones on the left are not bad. The ones in the middle are. Yeah, I'll show you which are which. Wait.
Yeah.
Wait a second.
The ones in the middle are kind of dry.
Yeah, so the ones that, like, this is a seamless pad. That's beautiful. The ones, anything that's flat and gravelly could use a little bit of work. You never want the flat and the gravelly. So I'll do one as an example, and then you can do the next one.
Okay.
Once I find my solder. This is also called cheating. This is drag, where I just take it and I move it across all of them. Now, if you get I don't know if you were here for me explaining to him when his connector was too far away from the board. If your connector is very close to the board, you can just drag along the way. If the connector is further away from the board, you'll get that in between every single one. There shouldn't be any air gap between the pad and the pin. So ideally, instead of it being like this is the pad and this is the pin, it should be like this, to where it's technically it's hitting it so hard that it would work even without soldering. It's just the solder does the rest, because then it glides. Whereas if you have it like this, then you wind up with the solder just winds up sticking to all the pins above it.
Right.
So usually what I would do is when I do these anchor pads on the side, like over here, when I solder this, I'm pushing down on the connector while I'm putting solder in.
I didn't even see those.
Oh yeah, this other anchor pad over here. Like when I solder these anchor pads, I'm typically pushing down on the connector, and then I'll do like this one and this one while I'm pushing down on it. And then once it's really flat on the board and all the pins are smashing against the pads, then I can just go right across and cheat with the drag soldering thing.
I didn't even see those anchor points. I'm used to the really old stuff that didn't have provisions like that.
Which, like, what's old stuff?
Like the newest stuff I tend to work on is like in the mid 2000s.
Oh, so like through hole stuff, or one sec.
Some surface mount.
Roar. Piece of. One sec. I'm gonna protesting my iron.
I had to kind of shove the tip in earlier and it was working fine.
You shouldn't shove the tip in until it says it's okay.
The tweezers just like you did.
Shoving the tip in is the last resort here. Really, you fucking piece of... No. Oh, like this. This is literally new out of the box, too. Hacko quality is not what it used to be.
No.
Not that it was much to begin with. But yeah, so this is too far away from the board. That's why it's not allowing me to do the drag thing. I can... 1, 2... Would you want to try another one? And I'll show you what I mean with the anchor pads first. All right, so let me take this off. What temperature are we at? What air are we at? Okay. Okay. Let's grab a donor. Mm-hmm. Where's my micro pencil? Here, micro pencil. All right, let's see what you got. Yeah, let's see what you can do. I'm gonna watch as you do it.
Okay.
No pressure. Ignore chat. They suck anyway. They make fun of everybody with. They solder like Apple Store. All right, let's see what you got. Your iron is singing the song of its people. Also remember, and this is annoying, but That's gonna go to sleep. This is so annoying, the switching back and forth thing, but. Good. Orient it the way that's comfortable for you, not the way it's comfortable for the board. The board doesn't have to be comfortable, you do. You see correctly, Matthew Spriggs. What's that? I have a garbage bag that has a bunch of flies near it that I have to remember to toss out at the end. What is this? Oh, Walgreens. Anybody get something from Walgreens? Oh shit, Q-tips and alcohol.
Hey.
Thank you. Whoever did this, thank you so much. There's no name on here, so I don't even know who to thank. God bless you. Okay, we got some alcohol. Beautiful. And Q-tips. Awesome. Just in time for him to close his phone. Filled with flux. Okay. That's fine. How does it feel to have a flux phone?
No worse than it did to have a broken phone.
Yes. Awesome. Well, thank you so much for coming by. I really appreciate it. Just do me, if you could possibly put this close to what it looked like when you got here, because I will forget to. I will definitely. Thank you to whoever did that. That's really nice. Okay, let's see. The hardest part is aligning this. Okay, so what if you hold it with your tweezers like this? Like grab tweezer, hold, and then solder this anchor pin. But see, okay, for two things. First, so you see the way that this tip is shaped? Yeah. So that's a knife tip, so it's like this. So you have two choices. You could do this, which not much heat at all, or this. That's a lot of heat. Like that's 840 degrees, but you could have like this much 840 or this much 840. And when you make more contact, you have a greater chance of actually melting it. Yes. You're giving yourself very little room on the top. So you want to give yourself a little bit of room to be able. The anchor pins don't need room. These data and power pins up here do. So you have to give yourself a little bit of room on the top. Like when I say room, I mean that your pin is almost all the way at the ends of the pad at the top. Don't be afraid if you burn a little bit of the plastic on the anchor pin end. Okay, move it to the left a little bit. Not that. Okay.
Feeling a big hump, that's what's getting me like off one side or the other.
Yeah, that's a little too much. Now that's too much to the right. Less DeSantis, more AOC. A little too DeSantis. Thank you very much. Pleasure having you here. Okay. Well, we just got ourselves some alcohol and some Q-tips, so check it out.
speaking of stores, just curious, have you been to HEB since you've been here?
Yes.
It's awesome.
It's a nice grocery store.
Well, to be honest, I was spending the last few years that I did live here in Texas, out in Bastrop, and there was two choices, HEB or Walmart. Guess where I went?
HEB is nicer than Walmart. Just yeah, HEB is nicer than Walmart. 'Cause I think Walmart's open 2 hours later, and I always wind up getting home late, so I wind up stuck with Walmart. Where do you live now, if not?
Mena, Arkansas.
Oh, cool.
But,
That's the last state before I got here when I was driving from New Hampshire. It's there's not a lot of stuff there, but when you're going through with the highway, there's so much. It's not like your normal highway shitty shrubbery. It's really beautiful.
Yeah. And I actually happen to live at the very southern, like the southern edge of the Ozarks. So
Cool.
it's really pretty. I mean, a 3-bedroom, 1-bath for 20 grand, you can't beat that.
Yeah, that's insane.
Besides, I already had family there, and then a little bit after that, my mom and dad decided to move there.
I've had insurance bills higher than that. Visit insurance. That's
sad.
yeah. It was a beautiful state to drive through.
Yeah, that's the bad thing. Nobody ever stops there.
Hey.
I mean, that's pretty bad when the thing sticks to the tweezers.
Yeah, that's normal.
So it's from a,
Did you?
is there a waiver I have to sign to like test power on this thing? Like if we disconnect these.
I'm just gonna hit the mute button.
Not anybody dropped dead in your building, so we decided to not test it.
Like if
Go
we
for it.
test that this is the problem, and we take these two things off and put them together, and plug it in.
Well, if it goes on fire, you unplug it.
Yes. Yeah.
So what I usually do if I'm doing something like this is I plug it in, and then if I see a fire.
Yes.
So somebody has to be the person that does I'll be the one that stands by the wall. How about that? I'll volunteer for that.
Okay, let me detach this thing first. Also, any tips for pulling the data off this thing?
Yeah, you just unplug the hard drive. You have a penny? Yeah, it's just 3 screws, and then the hard drive comes out.
Okay.
And I actually have an attachment over here for a SATA hard drive.
I'll do that next, or maybe another day. I'll try this first.
Do you live far away from here?
I'm on the other side of 35.
Ah, yeah, because this will be ending in about 20 minutes, but I'll be happy to help you grab stuff off of that if the drive is not dead. No, I mean, if the drive's not dead, we can do that one next time.
Okay.
I just have no place to store anything at the moment.
Oh yeah, no problem.
But if you bring it next time, I have the attachment to plug the drive in. So as long as the drive's not totally dead, we can try to get the stuff off of it.
Or are you saying, was this? Well, if this is faster, we could just try to do this now.
No, that's gonna wind up taking hours after I plug it in,
yeah.
because that's a Hitachi spinning hard drive from 2005. That will take that will take a while. But if we plug it in the beginning, we should be able to grab everything off of it.
Do you have a tool that will allow me to pry the connector off this thing?
Oh, that's it?
Yeah.
Wait, you mean the thing that would pry this?
Yeah.
No,
No. Okay.
sorry.
Let me look at it then.
Hmm? There should be one on each desk. Every desk has one in the soldering bin. My microwave developed smoke after 8 years. I unplugged it immediately. That is a good instinct, Catherine. Arkansas is the largest producer of rice in the U.S. Is that true?
Yeah, actually it is. It's also a pretty good place to find diamonds.
Did he say he bought a house for $20K? Yes, and we both have the same feeling of jealousy. Yes.
Arkansas's nickname is the Diamond State.
Mike is fine, bro. That is way too diagonal. That's good. Give yourself the permission to burn it. Here's what I would do: put some flux over there on the pin. Put the flux there. Put solder on the iron, and then give yourself permission to burn the plastic, just so that you could feel what it's like to get the pin to actually solder to stick to the board. So you have flux over there, solder on the iron, and then push it in. And just this once, give yourself permission to completely burn the plastic. This way you at least feel what it's like to get a joint on that pin.
Trying to be careful for practice sake.
All right, don't have to be any careful with any of this. It's already broken and there's no power going through it, so. And you're going to have to do it in the microscope, I'm afraid. Yeah. It's almost impossible to do it looking at the screen versus looking at... Now I see why this is doing it. Okay, you're trying to do it without looking into the microscope. That's going to be almost impossible. It's not impossible, but if you don't, that's like advanced level. Like even I'm not going to try to do that. There's one dude I know ever that was able to do this type of stuff without a microscope, but he's on another level from me.
Yeah, this is the one tool I don't have at my home is a microscope. I've got soldering stuff,
Yeah.
solder station.
So you need to put a bunch of flux on that pin to the point, and then solder on the end of your... Good. I'm going to do one, and then you do the next one. Right, I'm going to just do one pin, that's it, and I'm going to take it right off. I'm going to show you what I mean, what I want you to do. Okay, take this. Yoink. So, literally a glob of flux all over that pin in a disgusting fashion. Clean my iron. I could put solder on the tip of my iron. I don't have to care that the flux burned away in my solder because there's flux there. And now I just want you to do this. Once I see the pin move a little bit, there we go. That's too far up. And that's... So now, and I'm pushing down as I solder those two. I want that to be anchored in there to where these pins in the top are literally pushing themselves directly onto the pads. It's crooked because like most of the things that I do, but that is as crooked as a New York City auditor. Okay, there we go. But See? Like I can't move this anymore. It's directly on there. Now undo my work and try soldering it again. And feel free to destroy the plastic. You have to get the feel for what it feels like to make that joint.
How's it feeling out there? How's it feeling now?
When you look into the microscope, it looks like it's super easy, but it looks like steady. Like that's really
In 10 minutes, I'm going to have to start closing everything, just so you know.
Yeah, absolutely. So what you can do is you can take either this guy or this guy and put those points if you want.
Oh, God.
Do what?
Where'd you find that sensor from for that project?
I either brought it on AliExpress or Amazon. Not quite sure. It's been a while.
Yeah, man.
I hope to do a lot of these projects over the summer, but just never found time.
Yeah, I have one sitting at home, like one of those LED projects with like I have. It's literally just sitting on a desk that Mr. Clinton knocks over every day. I want to make time for it. It's shameful that I don't know Arduino stuff better than I do.
Right. Well,
The real world gets in the way.
I'd like to do a few projects that would be really interesting to kids. So, for example, we've got CSN Week that's coming up, I think, either next week or the week after next. And so I've done a few like software engineering related projects, but I think we actually recently did an event at some of our local high schools, and some of those kids are really into circuits and
Cool.
Arduino projects and things like that. So that's another thing I'd like to pursue. I don't know. I'm pretty novice when it comes to anything having to do with electricity and stuff.
I'm novice when it comes to anything with software, so Anyway, it was a pleasure meeting you, sir. Thank you so much for coming by. Thank you for being a test subject.
Yeah. So is this
For
the
day
first
one?
Hopefully this is just the first of many such.
Yeah, I'm going to be doing these every day.
I saw that you had 5 or so plans for the rest of this week. Or
Yeah,
is it
so
official then? It's going to be every day?
just about. So once my employees come, it'll be whenever this place is open. But until they show up, I'm just doing it a few days in advance because I don't know if I'm going to have a meeting or something that I have to do that necessitates me changing the schedule.
Gotcha. And when they show up, are they going to fill out the rest of the space here?
Pretty much.
Oh, all right. Well, that's going to be something else to do.
It's going to be fun.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun, regardless. So, where would you like this?
Whatever, which desk did that go on? I think that one, yeah, that one on this desk, so I think this is my phone, I believe. All right, so that goes here. Yeah, we could probably grab the data off of that next time. I have the connection and DD, so I can DD rescue it off.
Well, I can come in on 31st.
Yes. Everybody kept saying that data doesn't exist, and I said that's a scarcity mindset. It's a scarcity mindset.
What do you need help with to close up?
Just putting everything back together. So let's see. Those desks look that desk could use a little bit of minor cleanup. Anybody want to take the rest of the pizza? I have to mute my microphone before I say what I'm about to say.
Something like that requires all these headphones?
No, just for work, but every time one broke, I needed another one. So I just ordered one.
Work in progress.
Practice is perfect.
I will be open every day if you want to come back.
I got a couple of things I gotta do tomorrow, possibly.
No worries.
I do have a visitor coming over tomorrow. So. I'm here for family reasons down here. my in-laws.
But I bought 3 of them now.
But at least very nice meeting you. Or-
Pleasure meeting you in person, sir. Thank you very much for coming by. All right.
One thing I just wanted to note with you personally
Hmm?
is if you were looking to buy a house, my parents still own a house in Smithville.
How far is that? I don't know the names of the neighborhoods yet here. I'm a complete tourist.
Smithville's about an hour east.
Huh. That may be a bit far, but
My dad worked at UT and he drove from there to here. Here, no problem. For like 4 years.
I don't know. I try. I'm looking to keep my commute at like a half hour or so. I got spoiled where I am now. It's like 27 minutes to drive down here.
Yeah.
And in New York City, 27 minutes away means that your house is $4 million, and here, 27 minutes away means a 6-bedroom house is $550K.
Yeah.
This is off. Off.
I wasn't trying to pitch it to you. Like,
No worries.
you were looking.
At some point.
Whenever you're looking. 3 bedroom, 2 bath? If you wanted to know. I would have mentioned it in chat, but if I chat goes.
Yes. I like my current area.
Where is your current area, Lewis?
Round Rock.
Oh, me too. Which part?
I don't know the names of anything.
Yeah,
I'm a
me
tourist.
neither. I was just hoping you'd say something that sounded vaguely familiar. I'm near Gaddis Elementary or Cedar Ridge High School. That's.
I'm near NAW Grimes. I always read that as Naw Grimes, which I figured is what Elon Musk said when he broke up with his girlfriend. That's how I remembered where I lived when I was going up there.
Well, everybody
It's
gets
like-
their landmark.
No. The first place I went to honestly advertised their square footage. The second place I went to did, and it's like, fuck, there's no entertainment here. It's no fun when they're honest. I mean, I guess I should have done it just to show that people, realtors here are not cons.
Yeah. It's definitely a little bit different from
Well, I kind of feel bad because when I first moved here, I was under the assumption that they would operate the same as in Boston. So I was working with like 3 of them at the same time. And then like 2 of them were super dejected that I didn't know Brendan.
No, they don't lie. Like it's a city, so there's still some scumfuckery involved just because it's a city, but it's not on the same. It's not even close to the same scale. Yes, sir. Let's turn all this stuff off. Which side of the desk? This off. Okay. No worries, sorry.
The only thing that needs cleaned up now is the pizza. They needed a whole large cold brew.
Does anybody want the rest? I don't need dough.
It's good, but it put me to sleep.
There you go. You have a pizza. You want a pizza?
I'll take it, yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm not gonna.
Did you pick this spot for a reason or just because it was advertised? Because I think this was actually a repair shop before.
This was Whole Earth Provision, or Provision Whole Earth, or so that.
Isn't that one right here? This is all.
This was Whole Earth.
Got a strange urge to touch.
I'm just curious, have you heard of Brenkus Creations?
No.
He had a little feedback on the latest formulation for this stuff.
I forget, somebody on YouTube was going over like the difference between Amtech and Inventec and how they switched like the ASM and the V2TF or something.
That was Brenkus Creations.
I'm probably brain dead. It all seems like close to the same to me. I used to use this garbage that I got off of eBay. That was just, it was like tree sap with piss in it. And ever since I started using this, it's been so much better that I just haven't, like the minor differences between like V2TF and ASM, is stuff that I haven't noticed.
Yeah, I noticed that stuff was really tacky, and stuff I use, I bought it off of Amazon for like half the price, but it's the same size syringe, and it's Chipwick.
Jessa and I used to have wars over Chipquick versus Amtech, like dating back to 2015. She's a Chipquick fangirl. I think it's shit. Like every time I use Chipquick, there's these little very, very dark black things in there, and it just keeps turning into like little coal rocks the more I use it. And she says, "What are you talking about?" I'm like, "How do you not see that?" And she goes, "Well, I'm partially blind." I'm like, "Okay, point taken."
Table's got turned there.
All right. Well, it was a pleasure having you all. Thank you very much. I'm going to close up. You can just put it next to that air filter over there. One of you has to take the pizza. Yes. Beautiful. Okay.
If you don't mind.
Yeah. Just that, or you could give it to a homeless dude on the way home. I'm sure he'll appreciate it.
Cool, man. Well, it was nice to
All
meet
right.
you.
A pleasure meeting you in person. I'll be doing these almost every day. Just check the page. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you for being the experiment. Thank you all for being the day one test drive candidates.
Well, I'm
And,
thinking all December, so I'll see you here again.
All right. I'll see you. All right. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Louis.
All right. You have a good day, friend. All right. Okay, so that's about that. I don't think that guy fixed his space heater because I did not have the equipment or the parts needed to fix a space heater. One guy was not able to fix his breast pump because I did not have a lithium-ion battery replacement for his breast pump. One person came with an iPhone that had a non-working volume button and silent switch because he ripped the connector off the board when he was trying to replace it. And we were able to get him to properly salvage a connector from a donor board without destroying it. Since he did rip the pads off of the board he was working on, I kind of wanted him to leave with something working. I didn't want him to leave with something that didn't work. And I knew that if this is your first micro soldering job, it's one thing to solder the pins to the pads when you have pads, but since he barely had any pad left, and losing those pads would mean that he has a phone that he can never fix, I figured I would jump in and do that one for him. And then after doing that, he had a fully functioning iPhone. After doing that, he had a fully functioning iPhone, and he continued to practice on other items after he had the functioning iPhone. I wanted him to kind of learn the skill set, but I also didn't want him to ruin something that he could have left with just because it was day one, and that would have most likely been ruined because there was really virtually nothing left of those pads. Hopefully you kind of get an idea of what it is we're looking to do here. I want to familiarize people with the equipment, with the microscopes, with the soldering stations, with the multimeter, and just the general troubleshooting ideas and philosophy. I am missing certain soldering tips that I have back at home that are hopefully going to be arriving here in the truck that brings everything. I'm missing a bunch of little odds and ends and pieces, and above all, I'm missing my staff, who I like to bounce things, off of when I'm doing these workshops. But that is all going to be coming with time, and once all of that is here, again, these will be done full time, and I hope to have everything better organized than it was today. This is really just my trial run. So thank you very much to the people who came by for accommodating me on my trial test run while this is as janky as it is. If any of you want to learn more about the organization behind these, you're welcome to go to futo.org. I'll have a link in the description down below. I also have links to not one, but 2 interviews I did with the founder of FUTO, what he's about, what he believes in, and why he wants to see people like me do stuff like this in his facility. He wants people to learn about their technology, feel like they're not controlled by the tech oligopoly, and feel like they have a little bit of a higher sense of freedom or level of control over what it is they own, which is what I'm trying to provide here. When you saw the look on that dude's face when his fucking volume button worked, it's like, I own this fucking phone, not Tim Cook. F you. Like, it's a good feeling, and I want as many people as possible to have that feeling. He does too. I think that's about it for today. As always, I hope you learned something. Thank you so much to everybody who showed up in person. Thank you so much to everybody who showed up in the video to watch. And above all, thank you to all of you that said you should probably leave New York City.